Good evening. Hello, hello. Tonight, we're going to be doing more of the main quest with the Smol Caetsu Chaiji, of course. And we're moving on to little Mhigo, where we're going to figure out how we get them to talk with us. Whether we have some other projects, unlike last week, I don't believe. Maybe we might have to do some more job quests if we get to level 45, but that's optional, given that we're like 18 quests ahead of the main quest. Either way, let's get started. And indeed, today we are streaming on a Sunday instead of a Saturday. Let's see what our retainer got us. And our retainer's level 10, so she can now do quick ventures. Unfortunately, I don't believe we have any ventures left. So, we simply have to wait on that one. What we can do is pass some more gear onto her. She'll keep that hat for now. She can't wear those. Can use those. And we don't have anything else. So, that's pretty much it. That's everything we can do right now. So we just move back to doing the main quest, which appears to be that we just had to hand something in. Now, something that might be interesting to check before we get too ahead of ourselves is hunting logs. Let me just write myself a note here. So that I remember to check these zones when we pass them. There we go, and then we have to do the same thing. Oh, those are a bit longer list here. It's fine, we'll probably meet most of them automatically on the way. Quarry mill. And this is where you deal with Palace of the Dead normally. Hey, Albreda. Hey, you want me to introduce you to the Resistance? Huh, why the hell should I do that? Give me just one reason. I'm Smol. Harrybird sent you? That worthless whoreson. He abandons his comrades, his woman, and now he has the gall to ask me for a favor. Simply incredible. I mean, I realize Harrybird was only doing what he felt was right. He's a good man, and if he trusts you, then that's all I need to know. You see that bloke over there? That's Mefrid, a captain of the Resistance. I hope he can give you what you need. Level 24 weapon. Well, not particularly helpful. Maybe Mefrid? I am Mefrid, a proud man of the Alamegan Resistance. I almost said elegant there. What business do you have with me, adventurer?
Captain, it's Galleon, sir. His wounds gone and festered, and he's burning up. I don't think he's got much time.
God damn it. I asked the villagers for aid, got on my knees and begged, but they refused to lift a finger. If Galleon dies, his blood is on their hands. These quarry mill cravens would turn a blind eye to our plight, but they might listen to Albreda. I fear my anger will prevent me from rightly convincing anyone at the moment. I realize we scarce know each other, but this is a matter of life and death. Please, adventurer, go to her and try. Alright. We will go back to Albreda again. One of Mefrid's in bad shape, you say? I'm sorry, but there's naught I can do. I want to help, truly I do. They're my countrymen after all, but that means going against the elementals' will. I've been at Quarrymill long enough to know how right terrible the beings can be. I couldn't forgive myself if everyone gets banished because of me. If there's anyone who can help you, it'd be Charlene, the hamlet's resident hero. If you take the matter to her, might be as she'll listen, though I wouldn't get my hopes up. Hey, Pokeshack. Oh, you're just ready in time, and oh, that's why. See, I did see that there was someone. It said in my menu that someone was waiting, like someone was waiting for the stream to start, and then there was like, when there was like 1 or 2 minutes left, there was no one waiting. I guess that was you. Ah, well, that's okay. You didn't miss much. I went directly to the quest, and we've had like 2 conversations with people. How are you doing? You wish to aid the Alamegans? You are possessed of a kind heart, adventurer, but I'm afraid I have not the authority to grant you your wish. This authority belongs only to the elementals, eternal guardians of the Twelveswood. Yeah, I know. All outsiders, be they babes at the breast or men grown, are judged of a night, whether they may have a place beneath the boughs. Alas, the Alamegans' petition has been denied. Harsh though it may seem, they do not have leave to receive of the wood's bounty. Ever has it been since time immemorial, and ever shall it be. I'm good, Pokeshack. That's good to hear. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how far we're going to get on the main quest today. Again, actually, I'm most excited to see whether we'll hit level 50. That's how it's to be then. The bloody hero might as well kill Galleon herself. Spit on the elementals and spit on their bloody will. I cannot wait until the resistance is free of this place. Another talkie quest? Is that an upgrade? Is it? 3334? 3334? No, it's just a side. No, it's actually a downgrade because this one has dexterity and directed, and this one has skill speed and directed. All elements except water. We don't talk about water. He knows what he did. I led my men to Quarrymill hoping to find refuge. Instead we found indifference. The cold-blooded bastards here want us out, and I can't oblige them soon enough. The problem is, some of mine aren't fit to travel. Hell's galleon can't even stand. As you well know, the people of this accursed hamlet won't help us, so I've no choice but turn to you, adventurer. In my homeland, long antelope horn is a traditional remedy with poison-purging properties. If you could bring me, say, 4 horns, I'd forever be in your debt.
Oh, okay. And ironically, there are antelope stacks here. Convenient. So they're gonna drop 1 each.
One of them reappears in the Dark Knight missions. One of these guys, those we were talking with? Pokechak? Or is it water that reappears? Okay, that's pretty cool. As I recall, in the Dark Knight storyline, you actually revisit a lot of places. So that's really, really awesome. Oh, this is a very fitting mount for this very moment. And we got 1 horn each. For some reason, these stacks have 2 horns on their head, but effectively might as well just have 1. Hello, Mefri. Ah, you're back. Tell me you've got 4 horns with you. I do. You're a godsend, adventurer. Praise Ralger, there's at least 1 woman, I prefer young lady, in this place who gives a damn. Now, we just need to find a way to prepare them. You wouldn't happen to know a man named Buscaron, would you? No, never heard of him. Some comrades of mine told me about him once. They said he never turns away folk in need, no matter where they're from. Seeing as he runs a tavern, he's like to have the tools to make the medicine. I'd be grateful if you could take the horns over to him to have them ground down. When that's done, bring the powder back and give it to Pharamond here. Godspeed.
Excellent. No, we've never ever met Boscaron before. Yeah, my mount is the new king of the antelopes. I don't know. I didn't actually check what gender the antelope that Zip gave me is. That's up to Small Toe Beans, the cat girl that rides a fat cat. Well, they know what they're here for. That's for certain. We go back to Buscaron. Yeah, Buscaron. I've seen him. I've seen him like 3 times, but we don't know each other. He's my online tutor. He doesn't see my face. And you might be asking how that's possible when I show up at his tavern, but it's very simple, really. He can't see me over the counter. Even if I stand on the chair. I stand on the chair. There we go.
Ah, Caetsu, ever a sight for sore eyes. How fares the adventuring? Rolling in the coin like there's no tomorrow, no doubt. You've got something to show me.
Yeah, grind these.
Well, these look like good old antelope horns. Need them ground down to make a medicine, you say? Here's a better idea. I'll give you some of the stuff I have in my stores. I am no stranger to the remedy. An Alamegan friend once used it to treat my festering wound years and years ago. Safe to say he saved my life. What's that? This is for an Alamegan soldier in Quarry Mill. So it comes full circle. Well, I hope it helps the poor sod as needs it. Oh, and
don't worry your little head off about payment. I still owe you a deal more than you owe me, I reckon. Excellent. You always sit at the side that he can't see of the... Oh, right, because he has a... Yeah, right, he has the eye patch. That's true. And incidentally, I sit on that particular chair as well. Or I stand on the chair. Now, let's see if I can manage to run out the correct exit. I do think we're going to get to... Well, we might get to level 44 before this reaches level 30. But Hawk Manor is level 27, is it not? I'm pretty sure Hawk Manor is 27. So does that mean that we're going to Hawk Manor very soon? Is it 28? It might be 28. You might be right. I do believe you're like level 31 when you get synced down, so that's probably true. It's well to see you returned. Have you the medicine for our brother? Yes. God bless you, adventurer. I'll see that Galleon receives treatment at once. Hopefully, this will allow the captain to rest easier. It has been a terrible burden on him, trying to keep every man alive. You've done us a great kindness, friend. You're welcome. Give me money. Oh, a glamour prism. Wow. Yeah, and the boots aren't an upgrade either. Adventurer! Galleon has gone missing. He's nowhere to be found. He shouldn't be walking about, not with those wounds. If he doesn't get the proper medicine and rest, his conditions like to deteriorate to where it was before, or worse. We need you to help us find him, and quickly. Start by asking Albreda. Might be as the woman's seen something. In before someone kidnapped because the elementals decided he wouldn't get help. Ah, finally. It's about time you came asking about Galleon. I watched him leave Quarry Mill some time ago, and he left me this sealed letter before he went off. Made me swear not to open it until someone came asking. My brothers, I cannot bear to be a burden any longer. This is why I must leave you all. Do not worry for me. Just find your way safely to Little Alamigo. Blasted. Would that I'd known what he was thinking. I'd have stopped this folly myself. The love Galleon bears for his brothers is so strong, he's willing to sacrifice himself for them. Make no mistake, entering the wood in his weakened state is suicide. Hey Mefrid, I have some bad news. You can't guess what it is. Out in the wilds? Alone? That fool! That great big sentimental fool! My men and I will scour the wood for Galleon. Please help us find him before something terrible happens. You got it. Wait a minute. Didn't you say you were gonna search the woods? Is this where we're searching? Is this it? I guess this is it, huh? Okay. Cool. I'll go and actually search the woods then. That's really funny. Not even anything of them like you see them run off or anything. They just stay there. Hey Galleon. Hello Galleon. Hello. Watch out. A goblin. Oh no. There you are. Galleon! Captain, but why? You should all be on your way. Who do you take us for? We're Alamegans, and Alamegans never forsake one another. Hardships be damned. Remember the oath we swore, goddammit. The oath to reclaim our homeland. We'll set foot on Alamegan soil again, together or not at all. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
Good. Let us return to our brothers. Oh, and don't even think that you'll get off lightly. As soon as you're healed, I'll give you such a thorough thrashing, you'll wish we didn't find you.
Oh, dear.
I can't thank you enough for saving Galleon so that I can beat him. I will see you back at Quarry Mill.
Hey, Dr. Wario. How are you? Dr. Wario! I wonder how different that game would have been if it was starring Wario as the Doctor. I'm good. Glad to hear it. We're just slowly progressing through the main quest still, and still like 16 levels ahead.
Galleon's expected to make a full recovery. We'll linger here till he's strong enough to take to the road again. As much as I mislike this place, beggars can't be choosers.
Indeed. Give me money.
Now that things are relatively settled, I seem to recall that you wanted something of me. You've proven a true friend to my people. Ask of me anything and it's yours, so long as it's mine to give.
That's actually a really good way to put it. Anything you want. If I have it, then anything you want, okay?
The cooperation of the people of Little Alamigo?
That's all?
Far be it from me to question your desires, of course. Very well, I will provide you with a letter to show to Gundobald. The old bear was my mentor when I first joined the Resistance. He's intimidating to those who don't know him, but he takes care of his own. I have no doubt that he will do all in his power to aid you.
Now he will, maybe. And we're back. And we have a letter. Gundobald, we have the one thing that you can't resist, even as the leader of this resistance. Hello?
Why have you returned? You are not welcome here. I thought I made that clear. You spoke with Mefrid? It has been so long since I last heard from him. I had feared him dead. 12 be praised. Wherever you are, Mefrid sees you as a friend, and any friend of Mefrid is a friend of mine. I know of this masked stranger you seek, and will tell you what I can.
Well, thanks. And level 44. I can't remember. Okay, it's level 50 for True North. I wasn't sure. Now, more die. Hey, Ralu. How are you doing? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, story mode. With Storyteller, as you can hear. An outsider resembling your masked stranger has reportedly been appearing near Alamigo of late. What's more, it seems that some of our young bloods are meeting him in secret. No doubt you'll want to question them about their trysts, but they are not like to yield the information readily to an outsider. If you tell them I sent you, though, they may well feel obliged to talk. Okay. Voila.
A masked man? No idea what you're talking about. I ain't done nothing wrong, so leave me be.
We're never gonna talk with him again. Gundobald sent you? Listen, I told them it was a bad idea. All that tripe about believing the masked man and... Oh, you don't know anything about this? Why didn't you say so to start with? You can't throw the old bear's name around like that and expect me to not think I'm in for it. Well, you kind of admitted to everything, but sure. This main quest is, I would very much appreciate if it soon would advance to like level 30 at least. Hey, Siegfried? What? Have I been meeting any masked men lately? Let's see. Nope, can't say I have, but I'll be sure to tell all my friends you're looking for him. Welcome back, Pokeshack.
Hey, here's a funny, really long, really random story. The first time I did this quest on my main, years ago, I took a screenshot of this, if I recall correctly. Let me just check if I can find it. And the reason for that is because Talebot is the name of a really popular comedian in Denmark. So I thought it was hilarious that it was that close. Let me see if I can find it. It'll just be a moment. I think I did anyway. Oh, I guess it wasn't the first time I saw him. But I do still have the picture. Let's see. I guess it was in a different later quest line, so that means we can expect him to show up again. And the reason why I'm pretty sure it's in a later quest line is because my character's level 60 at this point, at the very least. And you can tell that from the fact that she's wearing level 60 crafted gear and is a red mage. And has Contra 6, which is a level 56 ability. But yeah, I thought it was really funny. I never did anything with it other than what I'm doing now, telling you guys about it. But that's a funny little throwback. And Pokejak says, his jokes weren't funny once, and look how it ends. Yeah, he ends up here. There's a bunch been skulking about right suspicious, like, but I've got nothing to do with them. I know trouble when I see it, and I know trouble when I see it, and that there's trouble. Mark my words. Excellent. He was actually helpful. But that's interesting. Like, as I recall, that was the first time I saw him on my main, but I know for certain that I wasn't that far ahead in level on my main, that I got to red mage and then was still like 32 or so levels ahead. So you have indeed confirmed my suspicions about a masked man. That is most troubling. Whatever the young ones are scheming, it can lead to no good end. There's an anger inside them. I can see it in their eyes. I ought to know, for it once burned within me as well. 2 decades ago, that same anger drove me and my brothers to rise against the despot who ruled Mhigo. Naught would do but to depose him and usher in a revolution. Well, we got our revolution all right, but it cost us our freedom. Blinded by our hate, we didn't realize that we had been dancing to the Empire's tune. By the time we did, it was too late. Mhigo had fallen. There are times when a man must be patient. Now is such a time, though the young ones know this not. Unless we intervene, they are like to commit great folly. If you learn aught of their plans, I would thank you to bring word to me. Paralysis cure? Wait, paralysis cure? With no level restriction? That's actually really helpful. If it genuinely works at any level, that's I should figure out where you can get those on my main. Like there are some bosses that have almost unavoidable paralysis, and that would be super helpful to just be able to say nope and deny it. And Pokejak says, oh yeah, see he appears in a main quest level 60 in Post Heavensward. Yeah, that sounds about right with how Stormblood begins. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's true. Alchemists can craft it, but I believe alchemists can craft echo drops as well. But the most convenient way to get echo drops is to buy it with company seals. I cover that in my Palace of the Dead guide, I believe. What? Oh, they have 4 material slots because they're 2-piece equipment. Is that an upgrade? No, it's the same one. Hey, adventurer. You done talking with the old bear? I've got a message for you from Wilred. A lad, something of a leader among the young ones here. He's impressed that you've won over Gundebolt and wants a word with you. Say he'll be waiting over at the craggy area north of here. That sounds awfully suspicious, don't it? Can I run out this way? Perfect. Still a level 77 quest. Oh. Hunting log. Yeah, the creatures here just like, why? Why me? Oh, that's just randomly a huge one of them? Cool. Oh, okay, the Grand Company sells the spine drops too. In that case, I should probably buy some later. If it works on like level 80 stuff or more, then that would actually be extremely helpful. It's not that there are like a huge amount of dungeons or raids where it would be helpful, but there are a few. There are just a few where it would be super helpful because it's unavoidable, or it's at least unavoidable by your own means. I believe the second Alliance raid in Shadowbringers has a fight, like a trash pack fight, where you're fighting enemies that can be interrupted, but because there are so many ads, it's very difficult for people to realize when you have to interrupt it. And if you don't, then the entire raid gets paralyzed for 30 seconds. So if you just have that spine drop to chuck, that makes it way easier. Thanks for coming, friend. It's no ordinary outsider who can gain the trust of the old bear. That's why I wanted to meet you, to discuss something in private. Tell me, why are you snooping about? Did the Empire send you? Or someone else? Quirrell got your tongue? No matter. Whoever it is you work for, your meddling ends here. Get her! Yeah, I expected something like this. Honestly, I expected something like this. And is it your turn next? Are you done? I won't let you foil our plan. You're stronger than you look. I know. I know, right? This changes nothing. Threaten us, beat us bloody all you like, but nothing short of death can make us give up our fight. We're going to obtain the power to bring down the Empire, and with it, we'll reclaim our homeland. I mean, I didn't actually threaten you. You attacked me. They attacked me. And then we're like, we'll fight to the death. I didn't do anything. You attacked me. Pokejack says, recent sightings of the pink ball that makes that pokes the local fauna of Gridania has been sighted in Uldar recently. People are afraid. Commander Alden recommends not to leave the house and report if you see him. The fauna poker. Hey, Gundebolt. A attacked by Wilfred and his cronies. That they would go to such lengths for the sake of this plan of theirs. Left to their own devices, the young fools like to harm others, if not themselves. We must uncover their agenda and put an end to their madness. To this madness. Give me money, I guess. And more die, apparently. Why? Why? Why is it this quest line gives so many dies? You want to see when the news say that it appeared in the Far East? Wilfred mentioned obtaining the power to bring down the Empire. Of what power could he be speaking? Gundabald, I... Oh. But Liana, God's preserve, what happened? She looks fine. I was out foraging when the Corpse Brigade came. They took me to their hideout and they... They what? The whole while, they laughed at me. They say that I suffer. They said that I suffer because I cling on to hope. Is it wrong to dream of hope? Oh, is it wrong to call ourselves Alamegan? Do not heed such poisonous notions, child. Our dreams are what sustain us. Be strong. I swear to you, those villains will answer for their crimes in due time. But tell me, does anyone else know of this? Wilred. He saw me outside. He was so angry. Yeah, he also just got a good old talking to recently. I must tend to Bertliana. In the meantime, I need you to find out what the young ones make of this. I fear that they may do something rash. Yes. I will poke them. Who am I supposed to be talking to right now? Oh. A map of Sanrak. Sanrak. Is everything else over there? Let's see. I'm gonna start upstairs. If there's anything upstairs, it's easy to go downstairs afterwards. We have a riled youth that is nameless. If this plan succeeds, we'll have the power to lay the Empire low, to change the world for the better. Might be as Gundabald's content to eke out an existence in this musty old cave, but I'll be damned if I'm going to spend the rest of my life here. Now, where in the Seven Hells did I put that bloody map? Well, I have some bad news for you, friend. Hey, Wilred. Oh, mighty Ralgar, Lord of Destruction, we implore you, lend us your strength and put an end to the suffering of your people. Hello? Here to interfere again? Well, you're too late. Our plan is already in motion. And you're here. Once we have the crystals, our enemies will pay for their crimes, and no one will dare oppress us ever again, so you're summoning an icon. Or primal. Sad story of poor Wilred. He's named Wilred, not Isred, so maybe he hasn't read a lot of books, unfortunately. I think knowing what the lore that you learn later on in like later expansions, it's even sadder because you pretty much know that this wouldn't ever work with a masked man involved. I'm not going to say more, like getting more specific than that, because I think that might be spoilery. What those animals did to Bertliana is unforgivable, and to think they look down on us. Well, I'll suffer this humiliation no more. I'm with Wilred to the bitter end. I'm not afraid of a few lizards. Lizards, you say? Back to Gundabald. Gundebold, Gundebold. But it is very interesting to see the story play out from that perspective of knowing some extra details that make everything make more sense later on. Or previously in the story, you could say in this case.
Gone. The whole lot of them. Then it is as I feared. They mean to take matters into their own hands. But what exactly is it that they mean to do?
Gee, I don't know. What do you think?
Watch this. A hunting knife and a map of Sanarak. Wait, you said Wilred spoke of crystals, did you not? But they couldn't possibly mean to. By the gods, this is rank madness. The young fools are untrained and unblooded all. They have no notion of how dangerous the Amaljar are. They'll be butchered before they get within 100 yards of the crystals. They're headed east. If we hurry, we may yet find them before it's too late.
Okay. If he'd been called Will Pink, he would have received forgiveness from being judged by the Azure Pink Toothpicker of Light. Yeah. If he was named Will Pink, then I could probably have helped him, because I could make him Is Pink. A broad die.
I could help him. I could help him become what he wants to be. Pink.
There he is, and we have a solo duty. Is this level 28? Oh, it's level 27. Hello, hey Wilred.
Wilred, did no others survive?
This is all wrong. Getting the crystals was supposed to be the start. We were going to reclaim our homeland. We...
Pull yourself together, lad.
We were going to make an offering of crystals to Relga, to summon him, just like the masked man taught us. We plotted to sneak into Zanarak and make off with the lizardman's cash, but they caught us and... So many dead. Gods forgive me.
Heathens, you shall pay for your crimes with your souls.
That's really hard to give a voice to something off screen. Yeah, the story is pretty wild, actually. I think the best part is that all these things you still learn something new about how these events, even like how they made sense and how they work together. You still learn more about it later on in the story. Like what I'm talking about here with how it, like, if you know, they're talking about the masked man, and you know that it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work out well. That's like based on, like, I think Stormblood and Shadowbringer's story, possibly, that you would know that.
I regret our young ones' transgressions, but a soul is too high a price for youthful folly. For all their failings, they are the hope of the Alamegan people. This hope I will guard with my life.
And we have a conjurer. I wish I had Doomspike right about now. Oh wait, that's the boss. He's gonna take way longer to kill. Also, good to hear that you're doing well, Ralu. I don't think I commented on that before. It's much easier to deal with these fights where you might risk having NPCs die off when there is a healer amongst. Because then you know that, oh dear, Oops, messed up my rotation there. Which one's the healer here? Oh, it's the big guy. I think. Doesn't matter. He's dead. Oh, the healing noise is coming from our healer, I think. Maybe? We did the thing! See. Your skills at arms is impressive, adventurer. Our wayward youths could learn much from a woman. Young lady, like you. The battle is won, but it would be unwise to linger here. Let us return to a little Alamigo. Oh, whoops. Double click there. Nope, that's fine. I didn't miss anything, it seems. Wait! We've come all this way. We have to get the crystals. They're right there, ripe for the picking. Have you learned nothing, Wilred? Did you not see those tempered wretches? Such is the fate of those who are touched by a god. Is that what you desire for yourself and your friends? What? No one said anything about that. Anything about... The masked man told us we could defeat the Empire if we summoned Ralga. He swore. Enough. I will hear the rest of this sorry tale back in Little Alamigo. I dare say Caetsu will wish to hear it as well. I guess I will. Since you're offering. Yeah, exactly. The masked man goes around telling people how to summon primals, but forgets the part where the way that he teaches it makes it so that the primal makes you into zombies. Oops. Hello, Gundabald. He's not even bald. No more lies, Wilred. Tell us everything. And while you listen to the story, you're licking your candy. Yeah. Delicious. I was outside with the others when he appeared, the masked stranger. He told us about summoning Ralga, about using crystals, and then just vanished. We never saw him again. I wanted so desperately to believe that we could raise ourselves from this squalor that I never stopped to question his motives, but I should have known. There's no solution, nothing we can do to change our lot. Our people are doomed to live and die like beasts. Listen to me, Wilfred. Our home may be lost to us, but it takes more than stones and mortar to define who we are. No matter where we may be, Alamigo lives on within us all. It is for you to decide what to make of this legacy, whatever you choose to do with your life. Never forget that you owe it to this adventurer, an outsider. I won't. I promise. Thank you for saving me, and sorry I tried to kill you. Oops. He won't be bald, but he does have a big forehead. Yeah, he does. My thanks as well, friend. Gives us hope to know that there are kind souls such as you out there. Little Alamigo may not have much in the way of comfort, but you will always be welcome here. I guess the potion. Wow, potions that apply debuffs to the enemy, but only up to level 35. I'm sure I'm gonna need those. Where are those potions, by the way? They're here. Let me just put those on somewhere. And the dice. Thunderbolt. Oh, he has food for me. Would that we had more information to offer, but what Wilfred told you is the extent of our knowledge of the masked stranger. left unchecked, that man will bring about great pain and suffering. I pray that you'll find and put a swift end to the creature, for the sake of the young ones who died by his poisoned words.
Wait, am I not going to get told to return? Like, if I'm going to get forced to return to the Waking Sands, I require being told. I need a prey. A prey return to the Waking Sands. But okay then. Fine. I'll make do. I'll survive without them. Halatali, so those are in a dungeon, right? Look at me forgetting to use my mount now that I have it. Hey Tataru. Yeah, thank you, Pokeshack. Pray return to the Waking Sands. Thank you. Amen, Philia.
Welcome back, Caetsu. I'm reliably informed that the investigation took you to Quarry Mill and Little Alamigo. So tell me, were you able to learn aught of La Habrea?
Sure. And Tataru's just hanging out there in the background.
Planted the knowledge of summoning in impressionable young minds, you say? Precisely the kind of deception the Asians would employ. While many of the ills that ail the land can be attributed to the calamity, some are being brought about by a malign will. We must needs delve deeper into this, while things remain quiet on the primal front.
On the primal front?
All work and no play makes Minfilia a dull scion. Did you say something? Nothing, my lady.
Isn't Tataru the one that is all work and no play these days?
Mayhap we ought to rest a while before speaking further of the investigation.
Oh, so you're giving me the food. Excellent. Thanks. Still level 27. Terror at Fallgord.
While you were tending to business in Thanalan, some new information arrived courtesy of our friends the Sylphs. An individual fitting La Habrea's description has been sighted in the North Shroud. This sighting comes in the wake of a series of mysterious deaths in the selfsame area. My instincts tell me that our man is involved.
Our man!
I would have you continue your investigation where you left off. 'Twell willing, we will pick up La Habrea's trail once more. Norexia.
No, that sounds like a magic card. Norexia.
Norexia can furnish you with the details. Pray speak with her and take it from there. As always, be careful out there, Caetsu.
I think what I'm thinking of is Phyrexia or something like that. Good song. And for the first time, we're going into the side room, guys. All these there's an armor vendor. A science supplier. What do you supply? Potions. Nice. Actually, all of these things are very useful around this level too. Una Taiyun. He's cute.
I'm starting to wonder if it's worth the hassle to prove who we was.
Wait.
I mean, maybe some folk would say, good on you, mate. Thanks for fighting to save Eosia and whatnot. But I reckon most would ask what we've done for him lately. If not, spit in our faces for allowing Bahamut to blow up half the goddamn world.
That's a good point. Pokeshack says, sounds like the name of a big wizard or a monster of Yu-Gi-Oh! That could be, I believe, something with like Norexia. It does sound like some sort of poison creature, maybe. A toxic creature.
Walking One is to investigate Sinister One, then heed well this one's words. This one is friends with a Walking One in the Ice Crown Consortium. According to Friendly One, a Digging One named Medrod had an encounter with a scary Masked One. This Masked One is most certainly Sinister One. Walking One should go and speak with Digging One Medrod. Digging One is to be found at Fulgard Float in the North Shroud.
Excellent. And incidentally, we have that etherite from our escapades with that Sith Lord, if you remember. What was his name again? Captain Edgelord? Who fell down a cliff, I think? Get good. Please leave me be. I'm not long for this world. I look death in the face. It's only a matter of time before he comes for me, just like he came for that poor woman. Medrod is clearly traumatized. Perhaps if you were to soothe him, he might remain calm for long enough to hold a conversation. You don't say. I'll wave my hands at you. Oh yeah, the Great Lich of the Twelveswood, Noraxia the Poisonous. Flip effect. Destroy one of your opponent's creatures. You're right. It's not as bad as it seems. I saw something terrible. That's true, but that hardly means I'm going to suffer the same fate. Thanks to you, I can think straight again. I believe I can even recount what I saw without losing it. It was just another ordinary day. I was headed back to the float when I noticed a suspicious character in the distance. A masked man garbed head to toe in black. He had a hideous fiend in tow, a winged creature that was all eyeball and jagged teeth. Taken by curiosity, I crept as near as I dared. To see the corpse of a woman, one glimpse was enough to tell me that she died a gruesome death. In that instant, I knew right away that the masked man was a minion of Thal, come to claim her soul for his realm. Of Thal, so like the death? What? You're investigating this same masked man?
If that's the case, we'll help you in whatever way we can.
Aye. Anything to ensure that we won't have to suffer Medrod's hysteria ever again. Well then.
All right, teamwork. That's what I wanted to. Wait, I haven't been that bad, have I? At any rate, I'm all for helping this adventurer. It's the least I can do to repay her for comforting me. I mean, my arms do be flappy.
Yeah, exactly, Pokeshack. Mr. Falkeys of the dark forces of the toothpick. He came up to me and was like, you need to use a bigger lance. And I'm like, it's not a lance. It's a toothpick. You see?
This is so ridiculous. So here's what I know about the deaths. All the victims were found with their faces torn to shreds. Among the local fauna, only the scalekin known as Sis could inflict such wounds. That's why some folk are pointing the finger at them. I somehow doubt that the answer's that simple, but for the sake of thoroughness, we should look into it. Why don't you put down, say, 3 of the creatures and see if you can find any proof connecting them to the deaths?
I don't know how that would make a proof, but sure. How about you kill 3 tigers out in the woods to figure out whether the tigers killed our friend? Get good, that's a nice name. I have to say that this feels really, really slow. Like, really slow. It's a sis. It's a sis lord. Number 3. Where's the number 3? All the way down there, okay. And that's 3, and now we somehow magically know whether they did it or not. We're just like, well, my face isn't that scratched up after fighting them, so I don't think it was them. And Pokeshak says, and while you wonder how that will be a proof, you get on your magic bus and you fly away, but at ground level. And in like the first gear. For some reason we don't use the higher gear. Nope.
You've already seen to this? Good work, adventurer. So, were you able to find aught to suggest the creatures are our culprits?
No.
Nothing? Truth be told, even if there were proof, I wouldn't know what it looked like. Anyway, I believe we can safely strike this from our list of suspects. We can safely strike this from our list of suspects, which leaves us with the masked man and his winged eyeball.
2 quests. And in a slow speed, yeah, we're just barely a foot on the speeder. Maybe it's because I have a hard time reaching it.
There's something else I heard about the deaths. It appears all the victims have been comely maidens. I'd better watch myself, eh? Unseemly japes aside, there's a rumor been going around. There's some as whispers that after each victim died, her rancor went into the great big rock southwest of here, causing it to flash and moan. This bears investigating, I reckon. I'm going to give you a fire sand stick to blow off a piece of that crack. The stick doesn't come with a fuse or anything, so you'll have to throw the thing. Once you've torn the rock a new one, bring back some of the fragments and I'll give them a gander.
Using items, ah. There's something you should know. I've been keeping this to myself, lest I worsen Medrod's paranoia, but I too have seen the winged eyeball. I cannot say whether it was coincidence, but my sighting took place precisely the same time as Medrod's. I was heading home after a day of digging when a shadow fell over me. Looking up, I found myself locked in a gaze with a giant eyeball. I let out a scream at the top of my lungs and ran without once looking back. This happened at the rocky area west of here, in case you had a mind to investigate. Well, knowing that the upcoming quest will probably involve Hawk Manor, that finally explains to me why Hawk Manor is as it is, because I never really put that together. But that perfectly makes sense. The Asian is collecting maidens, apparently, to turn them into those succubi that are there, maybe, or using them as conduits for the void-based maiden or succubi to take over and take their place, is my guess. Because I can't recall. Ow. Can't recall for certain. A heavy Bane Knight. Your deduction is close, but no, if you remember correctly. Oh, okay. Well, I can't remember at all. I just remember thinking about how random it is that there's like basically a haunted mansion in the middle of the Black Shroud, which makes no sense in a vacuum. But if the explanation is that an Ascian set it up, then it makes perfect sense. Oh, that's okay, Pokeshak. We'll see what it is shortly. Base speed of mounts is faster than walking, but about the same as running. But once you've seen the speed buff, it feels slow, and more so with large mounts. Yeah, that makes sense. It feels like we go faster when we are on our I am Kesil, because that mount is so small. And while we're on the magic school bus, it feels like we're almost going in reverse. It makes perfect sense, but I don't think we're going to be picking up the increased ground speed items that you can get primarily through hunting. Not on this character anytime soon, if ever. So luckily, the increased ground speed does not affect your flight speed, and your flight speed is always maxed out, if I remember correctly. So we're going to be moving way faster through the Realm Reborn post-game once we unlock flight at the end of the credits. Meanwhile, this is what we're working with. It's not going any faster. Hello. Most folks are too scared to go within 100 yards of the Rock of Rancor. Hey, that's a name, but what's a few vengeful spirits to a dauntless adventurer like you, eh? I mean, you could have told me before you sent me out. Huh? These are just your garden variety crystals. It's a bit hard to tell beneath all the dirt and grime, but they're definitely lightning aspected. I almost hate to say it, but that explains the flashing and moaning. Nothing to do with the masked stranger. Looks like I've gone and wasted both your time and a perfectly good fire sand steak. Oh well. And you? A monstrous bane mite appeared, and you slew it. That creature had long been a scourge upon the folk of Falgord. Well, you're welcome. Intentional or no, you have done us a great service. You have my gratitude. But this does make me wonder, was it truly a winged eyeball I saw, or merely a trick of light combined with blind panic? I don't know. Do you need me to solve any more of your issues? Level 45. Which ability is it that we're getting? Spine Shadow Dive. Power of Deduction. No. There have been no promising leads in the murders. I can scarce get a wink of sleep knowing that the killer is still at large. Judging by your furrowed brows, I take it this sorry business troubles you as much as it does me. I had been pondering my encounter. I was uncertain for a time, but there can be no doubt. It was a winged eyeball that I witnessed. It's implausible that I could have mistaken such distinct a creature for a bane mite. But you and I were miles apart. How could we have both seen it at precisely the same time? What's more, our adventure friend here had a run-in with the Bane Mite at the very spot you claim to see that fiendish eyeball. Isn't that right? There must have been an explanation. I know I saw an eyeball with wings. I would wager an apple tart on it. Well, in that case, I guess this is a done discussion. Ooh, he's serious. But listen, mayhap it's not as mysterious as we're making it out to be. There's no reason why there couldn't be 2 eyeballs with wings. Of course, there must be more than one of the buggers. It's so obvious, but then that means, since there's been repeated sightings of these fiends, then there must even be more victims as yet undiscovered. Oh. Gulp. I do believe we're out of our depth. We ought to leave the rest to the expert. Me? Who, me? Yes, we're just civilians after all. Good luck, adventure. It was a pleasure knowing you. While I burn to know the truth, some things are best left unknown, lest you have forgotten it was at the rocky area to the west that I had my encounter. Should you discover aught of note, you will want to alert the authorities. There's a guardhouse nearby. The serpents there should be pleased for any information that pertains to the security of the region. Well, I have some bad news for you, and good news, because I am a serpent. I am, in fact, a serpent. I know the pink outfit might not give it away, but I am actually a serpent, so I don't need no guardhouse. I am the guardhouse. Pokeshack says, that's a great eye, buddy. Are you okay? Are you okay? Buster Wolf! I'm not an adventurer, I'm a pink candy maker, and my job is to help people for my paying candies for doing that. Yeah, it's very, very, very almost like cartoonish levels of cowardice that they were showing right there. Like, incredible levels of cartoonish cowardice. Like, oops, look, oh boy, look at the time. So back to the rock, I guess. Don't tell me it's upstairs. Okay, it's down here. And they left it to the sassy lost child. Yeah. You know what? Just let her do it. She'll do something about it, hopefully. Oh, look! We found it. And it's a whole level 29. And back again. So do we just carry the... Wait a minute. I just want to draw your attention to the fact that I picked up the corpse and put it in my back pocket. Yep. Just in case you were wondering what happened there. That's what. Greetings, adventurer. Is there aught I might assist you with? I have a corpse. I found it. Gods be good, not again. No matter how many bodies I see, I cannot seem to get used to the horrid sight. Poor woman. Identical deaths have been reported in the central shroud, while the masked stranger you seek does not seem to feature in any. Sightings of the winged eyeball are common enough. The creature appears to be moving the bodies, but to what end, none can say. The victims have all been young women. All are found with their faces mutilated beyond recognition. It's been difficult to identify them so as to notify their next of... This button, engraved with a lily motif. The very same object was found upon another victim. A family sigil, or that of an organization, perhaps? Either way, I dare to hope that this will prove pivotal in solving the murders. So I guess I was going to say that the reason why the icon was a flower is because sometimes in media, a somewhat innocent way to indicate that someone is quote-unquote dead is to have them hold a flower. But that was actually a reference to the fact that they had a flower somewhere on their body, like visually. Pokeshack says, and I was also going to mention at least you had a mount for 2 people, and it just came with a random button. So canonically, you had it in the Chocobo. That's true. That could make sense. I just took the bigger Chocobo to carry the corpse on. I would have you hold on to the lily button. You will need it to continue your investigation. While it isn't standard procedure to entrust key evidence to individuals, you have proven yourself reliable and resourceful in this matter. I see no reason why you shouldn't carry it on your work. I mean, I'm not just an individual. I'm one of the twin adders, you know? We're colleagues. But okay. If I might make a suggestion, you may wish to take the button to Gridania and have it examined by Mhigo. Mayhap someone in her vast network of contacts can shed light upon its sigil. On its sigil. Where's our return to? Where do we return to? Gridania, excellent. And that's what we're doing. Mhigo, we're going home to Mom.
Mom!
I found a thing, Mom.
Good evening to you, Caetsu. By your grim expression, I suspect you aren't here for scones and herb tea.
No, I have a button.
Well, isn't this a lovely little button? The engraving is quite exquisite. Artisan level quality, I would say. Where did you say you found this?
On a dead body. Lovely.
Anyway, I'm afraid I do not recognize the lily sigil. You will have to find the answer the old-fashioned way by asking around. You could do worse than beginning with Bernadette, over by the Aetherite Plaza. She has a sharp pair of eyes, that one.
Excellent, then we do that. Now, see, this is where elusive jump becomes very helpful. The difficult part is turning your character to get the jump right. Hello, Bernadette.
Need help tracking down the owner of a button? That's certainly not a request I receive on a regular basis. Well, go on then. Show me what you have.
I have this.
Seems to be some manner of decorative button, reminiscent of those worn by the families of old, though I cannot claim to know its sigil. However, I can say with certainty that the white lily is a recurring theme in Gridanian culture. Alas, I do not know who would make a personal sigil of it. If there is a soul in Gridania who does, it would be Singulate over at the Lancers Guild. The woman makes a point of knowing all the citizens on a forename basis.
Excellent. To the Lancers Guild then. You haven't seen Mom in 2 weeks, Pokeshack, or you're gonna see Mom in 2 weeks? Are you talking about our little hero here? Or he's the hero of the story? Smol Caetsu hadn't seen Mom for 2 weeks.
Bernadette believes that I can help you. Well, that's a rather bold assumption to make. I will try to assist, never you fear, but whether aught comes of it is another matter. Now, then, what do you require of me? Fascinating. Work of this quality is rarely seen in the hands of ordinary Gridanians. The owner of this button is most certainly well-to-do. You...
well, not anymore.
You may wish to take a search the Gentry's Ward, northwest of here. Wait, a memory comes to me. Of late, there has been a man who is perpetually seated at the bench by the ward's entrance. His name is Ursandel, and I distinctly recall seeing a markedly similar button upon the breast of his jacket. I dare say he can tell you a thing or two about it.
Excellent. Then we talk with him, I guess. Wait, he's over there. Oh, that's what you meant, Pokeshack. Yeah, that's true. We haven't really talked with Mom for a while. It's gonna be extra sad when we get to like Heaven's Ward and probably never talk with her again almost.
No.
Hey, Rosanda?
I do not believe we are acquainted. Pray leave me to my thoughts.
I have a button though.
The sigil of the Dartencourse family. How is it you came to be in possession of this button? From the body of a murdered woman. Her face, was it marred in any way? I had feared as much. I can no longer feign ignorance. I shall reveal to you the truth of the deaths, but on one condition. You promise to put an end to my lady's madness and free her from her torment.
Oh no.
Mama! Ooh.
I got the reference. I was once a manservant in the employ of one of the oldest and proudest families in Gridania, the Darkantours. During that time, I had the honor of waiting upon Lady Amandine, mistress of the household. Fair summer was she, and possessed of a heart befitting her radiance. Alas, the calamity wrought a great change in her. Though my lady escaped with her life, death may well have been a kinder fate. Never will I forget the day her bandages were removed, and she beheld her disfigured face for the first time. At that moment, the kindly woman I knew ceased to be. Unable to bear the thought of being seen, my lady sequestered herself within her chambers and refused all company. This continued for many uneasy moons, until one day, without warning, she began receiving queer guests. None among us knew whence they came, these masked men, but my lady believed that they would help her to regain that which she had lost. So began the rites of rejuvenation. These rituals seemed innocent enough in the beginning, but grew ever more grotesque as time went by. Eventually, there came a day when my lady bound one of her handmaidens to her bed and proceeded to mutilate the poor girl's face. Suffice it to say, she did not survive the ordeal. It fell to me to dispose of her body. I performed the dreadful task as bade, obedient servant that I was, but when the time came to return to the house, my legs refused to move, and knew then that I could not go back to that place, not after the nightmare I had witnessed. So it was that I left Hawk Manor, my home for nigh on half a century. Wow, that was a good story. Long did I weep for the girl who was slain, and longer still for the woman that Lady Amandine had been. Yet one cannot weep forever, and I endeavoured to put the matter behind me. Indeed, I had resolved never to speak of my experience, until you appeared before me. My lady's madness must be ended, lest more innocent lives be lost. Lay her tormented soul to rest, as you swore to me you would. She awaits you at Hawk Manor, on the western edge of the central shroud. Go now, go and do what must be done. And Popjack says the mission name is Skeleton in Her Closet, in preparation for Spooktober. Oh yeah, I guess so. Usandel, the storyteller. Well, you're right, Popjack. I was close, but not quite. It seems like she requested the help of Asians, and they did something. Apparently, I guess they taught her a ritual that allowed her to, I guess, merge with something from the void, maybe? Again, because succubi are typically from the void, I believe. And I guess her scouring her maidens incidentally has a similar effect. I suppose the reason why she would even bother to do it to them as well is that for her to re-obtain her beauty, or at least get it, she would have to continuously perform this ritual, I suppose. Maybe we get the full explanation later. Until then, we have a dungeon to do. I can't remember if I have actually done Hawk Manor since its rework. Look, a floating eye! Looks like we're in the right place. Namah Shivaya. And the smith is just hanging out. Knock knock. That's an interesting way to unlock a dungeon. I like how they force you to go there. Less than 5 minutes. Alright, do we have anything in, where are we? Central Shroud? Anything in Central Shroud on this list?
No, no, no. No, North Shroud. Alder Springs. So, oh. Well, I'll teleport there and then we'll figure out whether we make it or not. Ixali Deftalon. 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 Where would they be? In the corner, maybe? Could be down there in the corner. Where would the Ixali be? And I believe this particular hunting log is like significantly higher level than the other one, so it's probably not here. But I actually thought that all of the Ixali were up there. That it said Alder Springs. There's a random quest there, digging in the dark. But it's upstairs. Nope, it's not here. Okay, well now we go Ixali Deftalon. Ask Google for a little bit of help. North Shroud 23, 28. I mean, technically that's Alder Springs, but that's not what I had expected, I'll be completely honest. And to bring imbalance to, you know what, to fulfill his objectives, even she's not an icon. Well, that's exactly it. The Ascians don't need to make primals to further their goals. They just need to, like, cause a lot of chaos. That's really the aim here. And if they can do so with something smaller like that, then that's perfectly fine for them. That's still good enough. You don't know if the two messages were sent over the internet? What do you mean? I see... Oh, I see your message about Ursandel the storyteller and a message where you say to bring imbalance to know you know what. So if it might sound like there's something missing, like one message got eaten by internet issues. Do we have anything here? Western Thanalan. We have Lanacea and Thanalan. I mean, they don't leave anything clear to you, but it is understood with the story of Ursandel that the masked man deceived her to perform rituals of the void, to bring imbalance to you know what, to fulfill his objectives, even she is not an icon. Yeah, exactly. That's it, is that I did, from my perspective, I don't need to find a connection that, oh, they're trying to make this icon. It makes perfect sense that they would still try to just, you know, serve minor havoc, if it's if it's possible. Then they might as well cause some more chaos, right? I think that Corpse Brigade Fire Dancer might be quick to grab. I'll go there. Because Broken Water is right here. Now, we have unfortunately to go the long way around somehow. Some sort of long way around. And that is a really good way of putting it, Pokeshack. What was it called? Corpse Brigade
fire dancer, and based on what they were talking about, it would make sense they were up here, but let's see. $23.8. Oh. Good thing I looked it up. Sabotenders? The masked men are detailed. They do big or small jobs for their objective. Every grain of sand helps. I'll beat this guy up and then we'll see if one was enough. It's probably not. If 2 is enough, then we might be able to very quickly... No, we need 4, there's no chance. Oh, that reminds me, Pokeshack. We talked about this on the PvP stream earlier this week about making a new poll about what people want to see on stream. I actually put the poll up to, like, I queued it so that it came up just now, like literally just now, on the community page. So if you're interested in putting in your vote now, you can do so. Are we all... Are they first timers? Let's see, we have a white mage and a black mage in cool outfits. So it looks like we have something to work with, some good guys here. All I can do is focus one at a time. We have decent single target, so that's good. Just grab this guy. Use the full thrust on the healthiest enemy to make the most of it. Uh-oh. I can't do much, but it seems like the healer managed to recover just barely. That was really close. The paladin did a really good job of choosing to move a bit, to like win just a moment of time. That might have been the difference that we needed. Just a tiny bit of damage reduction that we effectively got. I think I have to be ready to cast the defensive cooldown right now. This gets really close repeatedly. You don't need the second key and to kill that succubus. Well, that's an interesting detail. You don't need to do that anymore? You used to need to do that. That's why I think most people do it. Yeah, this boss has what appears to be a frontal cleave, so you need to make sure you have your positioning down as a tank by this point. And then they have this. But it seems like stun didn't work as well. It said that it was immune, but it also looked like it cancelled the attack. It's really weird. And also has a slow casted interruptible attack. So that's also something to learn on just this fight. Oh yeah, and beating this boss alone gave me like 1.5 quests worth of experience. That's pretty huge, I think. That's a pretty big upgrade. But I can't need it because apparently it's for tanks. Oh boy. I guess there's also other keys you can get, and since you need like a grand total of 2 keys. The run is the first key, and run into the boss room, get boss key. And open the door, jump, get the key all the way around ground level, and open the last door to get the, yeah, right. So I believe the way it used to be, I actually think now that you mention it, that in the old version of Hawk Manor, it was very common that you ended up with an extra key because people always took the key from that one that you mentioned that you don't have to fight. Because it's right there, it's an easily grabbable key, and also because people do that sometimes. See, if we hadn't brought the key, then we would actually been in a bit of an inconvenience right now. Because the healer went down a different path. So I think that's the real reason why typically you grab an extra key, because there is a chance that someone wastes a key, and usually you only will waste one. Only one. I'm just gonna... Okay, it looks like everyone else is focusing on the Jester, so I guess we'll go for the Jester then? Open the boss door, get the blood parchment, get to the teleport. And break the seal, kill the eye, kill the suckers, and thanks for body. Give me the commendations. That makes sense. The reason why I was attacking the skeleton was because if you are in a party where the tank does not stun the skeleton, then the skeleton is a far bigger damage loss because you have to run away from it repeatedly, while the jester sort of just puts up a thorns-like effect on itself, and you can interrupt that. So if you have someone that can interrupt, then you're fine. And if the tank is targeting the jester, they can interrupt that. So if you focus the skeleton first, you can ignore the jester's mechanic completely. But if you focus the jester first, then you have to deal with both mechanics simultaneously. Looks like they started the fight without me. Looks like I made it in, but it still allowed me to teleport. Oh, watch out for the glare mechanic. But there's a logical reasoning to taking out either one first. It doesn't really matter which one you take out first. What matters is that you can agree on one, because taking out one first makes the other one easier. Are we switching target? Do we need to switch target? I don't know if we need to switch target, but now it's close enough to death that we might as well. And look away. There we go. Bojack says, I understand what you're saying, but I realize that it has become common knowledge to go for the jester first and have faith that the tank knows how to stun the spooky skeleton or melee. Yeah, I get it. If that's the common strategy, then that's what we're doing, but I have genuinely not been here, been in this dungeon for, like, very often, so it would be surprising if I knew what the meta is, so to speak. But that's good to know that there is like an agreed upon strategy. I'm just gonna keep those there so that we can glamour our new shoes at a later point.
Darkness has taken root within these halls, sprung from the most unlikely of seeds. One cannot help but admire the irrepressible spirit that quickened it to life.
Oh hi, there's two of them.
It is a pleasure to meet you at last, adventurer. You're every bit as intriguing as our master gave us to believe. It is no ordinary mortal who can acquire one crystal of light, much less 3. The crystals make you strong, and it is to that strength that the light is drawn. Heidelin chose well. A pity that your existence is irreconcilable with our own. We cannot well allow you to continue upon your present course.
Well, I'm going to.
Alas, we came here not to play, but to take the measure of your strength from Master Habrea. That task now accomplished, we take our leave of you.
Bye. Pokejak says, as I've done the dungeon 90 times in one day, the dungeons of our realm reborn, there are things we end up seeing or doing without thinking, and I even explain to the new ones what to do. Yeah. Fare you well, bringer of light. Ascian of the 12th Sword. So, I used to I have done a bunch of the low-level dungeons ages ago. I think I mentioned on a previous stream that I got every job to level 30, and then I got the brand new ring because I'm very smart. And yeah, you're right. As I just said, I'm very smart, and I forgot to use return. You're completely right, Pokejak. And I forgot it again. But because I had already gotten all of the jobs level 90, at best I would regularly get Hawk Manor from the leveling roulette. There was no reason for me to queue for it directly. It's good that we have enough money that it doesn't hurt too much to forget return. But you're completely right, Pokejak. You returned. What sights awaited you within the manor? What has become of Lady Amandine? You must tell me all. Oh. So she went so far as to consort with devils. Would that I could have done more to prevent her fall. May she finally find peace in the beyond. I know not whether the masked men you encountered are the same pair that first led my lady astray, but it is plain that they are of the same vile brood. Should the chance ever present itself, promise me that you will visit upon them tenfold the woe that they have brought upon others. But who am I to speak of punishment? By my silence, I allowed I know not how many innocent young women to die in unspeakable circumstances. It matters not wherefore. Through misplaced loyalty, cowardice, or both, I am an abettor to a gross crime. I will surrender myself to the authorities and accept whatever punishment they deem just. I only pray that the gods will have mercy on my soul. That's a sad ending. And back to the Waking Sands, and with no request even. Oh, my new boots. My new boots. Remember my boots? My boots. My boots. I remembered my boots. And Pokejak says, and surely when the dungeons change again in 1 year or in months, I will be lost again. Well, Pokejak, the good news there are that dungeons rarely get changed. As far as I know, Hawk Manor is as it was in A Realm Reborn. They changed it for the first time recently. Thank you, Pokejak. That's exactly what I need. Pray return to the Waking Sands. Minfilia. Guess what? I saved the day again. And we're level 46 now. And our quest line is level 28. Hey, Minfilia. Minfilia.
Welcome back, Caetsu. Full glad am I to see you safely returned. Tell me, how fared you on your sojourn in the Twelfth Wood?
I assaulted a haunted mansion.
2 of La Brea's minions, and they sought to measure your strength by their own admission. The devils taunt us. It is beyond doubt. Then, the Ascians have begun to move in earnest. Would that we knew to what end. Yet I will not bemoan our plight. Thanks to your tireless efforts, we are at least aware of the encroaching darkness. Alas, we can only do so much. It is clear to me now that we Scions are too few to protect the realm against this threat unaided. We must needs alert the 3 nations to the presence of this elusive enemy, and recommend that they heighten their vigil.
That is a great face. And Bojack says, since I started playing, there have been quite a few dungeon changes, and when you started playing, some changes came just at that time. Pokeshack, does that mean that you started playing in Endwalker? Or like super late Shadowbringers? I can't remember if like when exactly you started watching my guides, but that doesn't mean that's exactly when you started. There's no shortage of misery in the world that the Ascians might exploit. We have an arduous struggle ahead of us. Yet come what may, we must not allow ourselves to become lost to hope, for that is precisely what the enemy desires. We have gleaned all we can from the information available to us. Let us set this investigation aside for the present. Another matter has arisen that requires your attention. Let me know when you're ready to be briefed, and I will summon the others. Skeletons. Wrath of the Titan.
The Maelstrom requests our assistance.
Okay, this voiced cutscene, so I'll be quiet for the cutscene, for the rest of the cutscene.
Concerning the kobolds they sent such copious notes on, I presume?
Yes. And no. It has more to do with their findings, which portend a peril far greater than any beast tribe.
What sort of peril?
The worst kind. A tribe of kobolds in the vicinity of Limsa Lominsa has reawakened Titan. Our task will be to slay the Primal. The Maelstrom have sworn support for the endeavor. They are no strangers to the havoc kobolds can wreak.
Years before the Grand Company's reformation, two primals, Leviathan and Titan, chanced to converge upon the sea wall, wreaking untold devastation. There, by the grace of the Navigator, were the mercenaries Merlvip hired able to fend them off. Yet it did not take long for the beast tribes to regroup, and they summoned their primals once more.
Thankfully, their second coming was decidedly short-lived, but that is beside the point. So long as tormented souls will them to exist, the realm will never be rid of primals.
The Maelstrom has kept a watchful eye upon the beast tribes, and the kobolds in particular, ever since. Which brings us to the matter at hand.
Unlike Ifrit, we know scarcely anything of Titan. Unfortunately, the only force known to have bested him, the modestly named Company of Heroes, disbanded 5 years since, and mercenaries are not in the habit of keeping chronicles.
Expect the worst. The Maelstrom's help is of course appreciated, but even if we had their whole armada at our disposal, we could still find ourselves overmatched. A pity the kobolds lack the gentle sensibilities of the sylphs. A peaceful resolution would be more than welcome. The echo will not avail you this time, I fear. If you are to survive, your steel must needs speak for you. No one would think you a coward were you to decline.
So you will accept? Thank you.
We can't very well send her to Limsa Lominsa without Y'shtola, can we, Minfilia?
May I ask that of you, Y'shtola?
I never thought it in question.
Ever reliable. Very well. We will spare no effort to win victory. You may count on the full support of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and all not afield will aid the fight from afar. Thancred, Ida, go to the Grand Companies, tell them of our plight and solicit their support. Urianger, Send word to the students of Baldessian, and Alfino if you would. Papalimo, compile all the information we have on Titan, little though it may be. You will be apprised of the tactical situation when you reach the sailor's ward. Provision yourself for the journey. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
Excellent. See, Poke said you started April 2022 with the change of Castro Meridianum. Yeah, that was actually like a change that we had been told was coming soon, ages before it came. Like we were told sometime in Shadowbringers, I believe. They were like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna fix this." So you came to start seeing a lot of changes because they finally were ready to make all of these changes. And I believe part of the reason why a lot of dungeons are getting some fixes now or reworks to their mechanics is because in some cases that NPCs had massive problems navigating the dungeons, and they needed to just adjust them a little bit, and some mechanics just didn't work with NPCs in the duty support system. So that's why we're seeing a lot of dungeons getting some level of rework rather quickly. But genuinely, it's unusual that we get a lot of changes to old content. That's what I'm trying to get at. Rashatri Key.
Hail, adventurer, and welcome to Maelstrom Command. If you wish to know more about enlisting, speak with the personnel officer. Unless you are the guest we were told to expect. Forgive me, ma'am. So business then. It is as we told the antecedent. The kobolds have once again summoned Titan. A little over a moon ago, we began to observe the beastmen moving south in increasing numbers from Ogomoro. Our scouts subsequently confirmed the object of their aggression.
Crystals? Fodder for their crystals.
Fodder for their fell primal.
Hello.
Thank you, High Commander. You may leave the rest to me. Word has spread of your accomplishments, Caetsu. On behalf of Limsa, I thank you for heeding our call. Forgive the lack of forewarning, High Commander. The Admiral wished to address Caetsu personally.
And thank you, Pokeshak, for the compliment on the voice acting. Titus. Isn't that the guy from Final Fantasy VIII? Or 10? It's 10, right? You like the changes they made to the dungeons now in the last patch a lot, but you seemed like a newbie when you made them, because many things you had gotten used to no longer exist. And yeah, exactly. If they, like, for instance, the Copperbill mines are so different that the bosses are... There's nothing recognizable from their original encounters, really. So even if you have done the original version countless times, you wouldn't be able to recall the difference. Or you wouldn't be able to tell anything in the new version ahead of time because it's so different.
We are no strangers to conflict. Long have the Sahagin and the kobolds plagued our people, nor is this the first time we have had to address a primal threat. In the past, when Titan rose to threaten peace, it was to the company of heroes we turned. But they are long disbanded, and we must look to other brave souls blessed with the strength to face this foe. So it is that we turn now to the signs of the Seventh Dawn, confident in the belief that you are Limsa's best hope. I hope you're right, yet the situation is far from simple. The kobolds are not prone to unprovoked aggression. Did not the thalassocracy make a pact with the beastmen that each would keep to their own lands, and that no blood would be shed? And was it not the Lominsans who violated this agreement, dissatisfied with their lot?
Shall we then condemn the beastmen for defending their homes? Even a pirate must one day reap what she has sown. I would advise you to choose your words with greater care, Lady Y'shtola. Stand down, High Commander. She has the right of it. And the wrong is mine. Freely do I claim it, yet it makes little difference. Remorse will not shield us from Titan's wrath, or would you have us fall upon our swords? My apologies, Admiral. The safety and security of Limsa Lominsa's citizenry are, of course, of paramount concern. Already, we have observed disruptions in the flow of ether further inland. The effects will be felt here in the city ere long. I ask much of you, I know, but the need is great. Can I count on your help, Caetsu? Yes. You have my thanks. Along with the full support of the Maelstrom, I await good tidings. And that the couples should summon Titan demonstrates they are no longer amenable to negotiation. This being the case, we must needs prepare for conflict. Before we meet Titan in the field, however, it would be wise to learn all we can of our foe, and I can think of no better source of information than the mercenaries who defeated him once before. The Company of Heroes may be no more, but several of its former members still live. It is said that one of them is employed at the Grey Fleet Mills in Lower Lanacea. Quite why a mercenary should choose to become a miller, I do not know. When you find him, mayhap you could ask him for me. I, meanwhile, shall seek his fellows. And if I recall correctly, this is one of the most hated quest lines in the game. I believe that is the case. Poketrack says, yep, of the Final Fantasy X, but you will understand what I say in the MSQ from now on. Okay. Let's go that way. It's pretty funny that you'll completely miss this Summerford Farms area if you don't start in this area. And with good reason, they send you all over Eorzea, and the excuses are somewhat vague. Yeah. Okay. Lower Lanacea is what's it? In multiple instances, apparently. Why would that be? Oh, right. For the people in the island, you're right. All the people that go to the island sanctuary, you're correct. And the reason why it didn't stand out to me was because there's like 30 people here on this server, which makes sense because it's a new server. There would be limited people that could actually access the sanctuary. And now we just have a random hunt mark. Tehi. Wait, didn't Y'shtola say that she would talk with others? Why is she here? Lay down your burden, son. Come drain a pint with me. We'll have a grand old time. Find you a lass or three. You're gonna say something, Venturer? Just keep staring, eh? You want to know about the Company of Heroes? Ah, hell's price of bleeding fame. Can't a miller mill in peace no more? Still, seeing as you've come all this way, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to oblige you. Consider yourself lucky, lass. Old Trachtum was the company's best axeman. Now, what was it you wanted to know? Why, you're rewarding me with blue dye, for one. Ha ha ha. So, you want to hear the tale of how the Company of Heroes bested up Primal, do you? Well, let me guess, you mean that bastard Titus, eh? Ah, now I get it, Pokeshack. Oh, if only you'd been there to see it. 'Twas a mighty struggle, like the legends of old. Me and the boys fought him for 3 days and nights, we did. The ground trembled with every step Titus took, and when he hit you, girl, it felt like a cannonball to the gut. Ooh! Just like that. Oi, what's that look for? I'm a goddamn hero, I'll have you know. The people around here sing me praises. Don't tell me you only care about learning the secret tactics we use to beat old Titus. Yes, sort of. Well, too bad, cause now I'm not feeling charitable. If you're so damn desperate, then why don't you do me a favor and kill those rats that have been made a nest by the windmill just south of here? Hey, do that, then we'll talk. Yeah, me and the boys on the way to kill Titus. Now, if only I could use this manual visor to like put the glasses up and on the forehead. Now that would be perfect. Ah, there. How many rats could it be? Oh. Well, got some bad news for you, wharf rats. And it is called Doomspike. Oh, there's one more. Weird how you get the kill 5 rats in my cellar starter RPG quest at level 30, is it not? Speaking of which, our quest has reached level 30, so it's only 16 levels behind again. Hey, so the beasties are dead, are they? Nice work, Venturer. Saved me the hassle of... Ah, never mind. Thanks for the die, I guess. Now tell me what I want to know. What? You're still asking about how we beat Titus? I don't know, Venture. It was a pretty risky strategy, the kind only a veteran of 10 score battles could rely upon. I want to teach you, truly do, but unless you prove you have what it takes to face that fat bastard, I can't in good conscience tell you a damn thing. At the very least, you'd need to be capable of slaying, say, a Gobu. Come to think of it, that ain't a bad idea. Them creatures have a taste for the flour milled here, so you ought to have no trouble finding one in the vicinity. Of course, I ain't asking you to cut one down quick as a skilled axeman like myself. Any road, why don't you try heading due west and standing lookout case a Gobu comes calling, slay it, and I might consider telling you more about old Titus. Please do all of my chores, then maybe I'll tell you. It's the only way to kill Titus. Don't judge. The only way. I mean, his strategy was fighting him for 3 days and nights, he said. So I actually think we'd time out if we tried to do that. Did they not use any weapon skills? A Gobu farmer. And boom. I did another one of your chores, Tractome. Will you tell me how to do the thing now? Please tell me. And please put pants on. Hey, you again? Then that Gobu that was harassing the millers is dead. Didn't think you had it in yet, the adventure. Still, you took forever and a day to get the job done. I'm still not sure if I should tell you our secrets. And I have the hat already. Just give me 2,000 gil, please. And now we are 17 levels ahead. What next, Track Tomb? So, as I was saying, I still don't know if you've got what it takes to face Titus. Maybe if you slew, Track Tomb? You in here drinking again? If you are, that gob you had better be dead. Oh, it's dead, Chief. You have my word on that. Cleave the beast's skull in two with me trusty axe, I did. Is that a fact? And what will your friend here say if I ask her? She'll vouch for me, of course. Ain't that right, friend? Tell me true, was it Track Tomb who slew that gobu? Or was it you? Chief, what are you saying? It's me, Track Tomb, the finest axeman ever to serve in the company of heroes, the legendary mercenaries who slew that bastard Titus. Titus? Titus? Who in the seven hells is Titus? Some primals you fought in a drink-sodden dream? The company of heroes slew Titan, you bloody halfwit. Well, see, Titus was what me and the lads used to call him. That's the biggest load of Sahag and shite I've ever heard. Both of you outside will learn the truth the Leminson way. Track Tomb, if you didn't slay that gobu, you may consider your contract revoked. Uh-oh. Oops. Maybe you should have just been upfront with me, mate. Oakshag says, Gobu Farmer says, I was calm watering my crop and that sassy lost child arrived and started poking me with his toothpicker while shouting something about how he only has 1 hour against Titus. How can you stay 3 days? The Minson way. Drinking it. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if that is in fact the Leminson way. A Grey Fleet Miller. Destroy the large boulder. All right, you know the rules. First one to smash their boulder will be judged the Gobu Slayer, and don't even think about trying to kill me. That's cheating. Who picked these boulders? They're nothing alike. Ah, hell with it. Let the contest begin. So he's just like a mega cheater, but also mega weak. Oh, he's using paralysis on me. He missed, but I was ready. That was actually a shame. Oh, 15 seconds. I could have easily completed the fight here. That was actually a shame that he missed with the paralysis. I was really hoping to use my spine drops. Alright, I admit it. I lied about being in the company of heroes, but I'm begging you, Chief. Please don't dismiss me. I've learned my lesson. Honest, I have. Save your blubbering, Track Tomb. Gosh, I should have known. Mercy, please. I didn't want to deceive you, I swear. It's just that I kept getting turned away by all the folk I asked for work, and I panicked. See, the last job I had was at Costa del Sol, and there was this grizzled marauder everyone treated like royalty. When I heard he was a captain in the company of heroes, I finally understood why. I wasn't being serious when I said I was one of them, but you wouldn't believe me, so Look, his name was Waistgate, alright? Waistgate. He'll tell you how to defeat Titus or whatever the hell's that thing's name is. That's what you wanted, ain't it? So come on then, tell the chief to forgive me, it's only fair. He missed with the paralysis. He went out of his way to use paralysis, which marauders can't even use. And then he missed. I'll check your response now, Pokeshack, while we're riding to Costa del Sol. Oh, Apkalu. Let's fight these guys since we're here anyway. Thank you for your response, Pokeshack. Well, you can only vote once, but if you say which things that you want to see, then my best suggestion would be if you want to see everything, then I get from your comment that you wanted everything, which is fine. That's perfectly fine. I would then suggest that you use your vote to vote for the thing that you want to see the most. That's what I would suggest doing. Assuming you haven't already done so. Yeah, kill him and get Sardine to begin the pink mage leveling. I think you need to have completed the around. Yeah, I think you have to see the credits once to actually unlock blue mage, unfortunately. But I appreciate the response, Pokeshack. I always do. And just to move the goalpost a little bit here, this is the storyline that I've heard a lot of people hate, not the one we just had. Pardon, you wish to slay the Lord of Crags? We must slay him, Captain. The people of Limsalomins are depending upon us. You fancy yourselves heroes then, just like in the tales. Be not so quick to judge. Long have I labored for the well-being of you and yours, and my associate here has bathed in Ifrit's hellfire and lived. She's blessed with the power that protects her from primal influence, thus was she able to lay low the Lord of the Inferno. We know full well the risks, and have taken every possible precaution. We lack only the knowledge of how to enter Titan's lair. Pray be so good as to grant us the boon of your wisdom, and we shall be on our way. A woman who can't be tempered? Useful, but it will not be enough. It is true that the company of heroes fought and felled primals, but each victory was bought with the lifeblood of brave men and women. And Titan was the worst we faced. Aye, we defeated him in the end, but he took from us some of our very best. Even if you possess the power you claim, I have no reason to believe you will succeed. Believe what you will, we mean to try. Though our lives be forfeit, we will not abandon Limsa to the wrath of Titan. You are passionate, I'll grant you that. And you deserve better than the greeting I gave you, but I will not send you into Okomoro on a whim. To be plain, I do not wish to see you give your lives in vain. At the very least, I must have assurance that you are more than common adventurers. I oversee security for Master Gigeruju's estates. Perhaps you can demonstrate your abilities by attending to one of our... Ye gods, man, have you heard nothing I've said? We've not the time to perform trivial tasks. The enemy is at the gates. Do you imagine words can sway me, girl? If you dislike my conditions, then you're welcome to find your own way into Okomoro. I like her shoes. Though it pains me to admit it, I fear we have no choice but to acquiesce to the man's demands. Yet much remains to be done if we are to best Titan. Forgive me, but I must ask you to undertake this task alone. I will use the time to see to the remaining preparations. Leaving the dirty work to others, are we? Very well. Pray do whatever the good captain bids, however trifling. Remember, the fate of Limsalomins hangs in the balance. Pokeshack, I think you misunderstand. It's a bit like how you say in like movie making, you're like take 1, take 2, take 3, right? So you don't have to choose to. I'm saying it's like the second time that we're making the poll. That was what I was referring to. My bad. I can't edit it, however. So I'll just add a comment and say, just write it to be clear. That's totally fine, Pokeshack. I'll add a comment to the poll, so that there's a chance people see it in future. I didn't even think I didn't even think about that. That's my bad. I can't actually choose it so that you would be able to choose 2. That's not even an option, unfortunately. If I could, then I would be like, I could just make everyone be allowed to choose as many as they want. That's also why I'm like, if you like more than one thing, then you can choose as, you can just explain it. Master Gigaruja's requests can be more demanding than you realize. Before I set you to your true task, I would like to verify that this won't be a waste of my time. A Nyx has recently been seen prowling the beach to the east. As you can imagine, my master does not want large, slimy creatures anywhere near his lands. The beast is cunning, but you should have no difficulty luring it out with herring. Slay the Nyx and return to me. Oh, and don't forget to bring me a leg as proof of the kill. Specifically a leg, you say? And it's totally fine, Pokeshack. That's also why I'm explaining it to you now. It's a bit unfortunate that I can't change the original comment after it's been posted from what I can see. Let me just double check to be absolutely sure. Nope, I cannot change it, unfortunately. That's very annoying. I hope there's not too much confusion with that poll then. But I'm glad to hear that you're excited for all of the options. And we have a leg. By the way, did you paint Charishi's plumage? Oh, you mean my main character's Chocobo? The small Dragoon Kaitsu's Chocobo. Is that the one you mean? Well, did you deal with the Nyx? Lest you think me overly cautious for testing you in this way, you should know that we had an incident not long ago. A foolish young employee was dismissed for lying about his past. He claimed to have served in the Company of Heroes, but I knew for a fact he did not. Anyway, now that the pointless busy work is finished, I shall give you a challenge as befits your talents. Yeah, I have painted Charishi's plumage. It is colibri pink because it like I aimed for cherry pink, but then I missed and hit colibri pink. But on the Chocobo specifically, it looks just right. So it is colibri pink. You can see in some videos where I need a companion to showcase something that Charishi is there and should be colibri pink, although it might be difficult to see because it's wearing something. But it is colibri pink. Speaking of which, I've forgotten to resummon Nayam Kasil.
Two highly distinguished individuals are scheduled to visit Costa del Sol in the near future, and Master Kikiruju wishes to welcome them with an elaborate banquet. But while money is no object, not everything Master Kikiruju desires can be so easily purchased. It is to be an extremely exotic feast, and so, Kaetsu, your mission is to seek out and obtain the rare ingredients for our chef requires. Naturally, such fine dining must be accompanied with a suitable wine, and by suitable, I mean the very best there is. That, however, can wait for the time being, as I believe you have enough on your plate as it is. It will be a long and arduous journey, but you need not toil alone. Many of the mercenaries who once served under my command still live, and they will guide you in your quest. For the first ingredient, I would have you travel to the South Shroud and speak with Landinel at Camp Tranquil. What? Do you mean to tell me that you cannot afford to waste time as your associate did? Adventurer, if you have not the endurance to complete this mission, how do you expect me to believe you can outlast the Lord of Crags? Either do it or don't. I have work to do.
Oh boy. Well, conveniently, we can teleport there. Yeah, Pokeshak, if you've done, have you played around with coloring your Chocobo's plumage? Because what I've experienced is that often you might very easily miss the color that you wanted by just a little bit. Like I remember a friend of mine tried to get the Chocobo to be like completely black. I don't know if it was suit black they were going for, but they kept missing it and getting brown or yellow somehow. Which was quite funny now that I think about it. Bojack says, it's that a few days ago I painted Skylar, your Chocobo, in Storm Blue. Nice. What? Let me just check here. What? How does Storm Blue look? Storm Blue. There it is. But that's very nice. That's a very nice color. It told me I got fail and the one you wanted came out. Well, nice. Perfect. I think it also depends on, like, if you imagine, like, the, like, a coloring situation a bit like a scale. Like, if we read it, if you read deeply enough into it, it's like there's different properties, like a few number values to worry about. And to get a specific color, you need to fall into a specific interval on each color. So if you're looking to get a color that is really far into something, then it's really difficult to hit it perfectly. Which means that some colors are very, very hard to get right. But other colors can be very easy. That's not to say that they're worth less or anything. Not at all. Just that some can be a little easier to get first try. So I'm just glad that you got the color you wanted first try. And also, hi Andromeda, how are you doing? It sounds like you say you have news. I hope they're good news. It was 10 minutes of feeding him non-stop. Huh. Do you require assistance, adventurer? So this is the one who would challenge Titan. I've been expecting you, Kaetsu. The ingredient you seek is the egg of a giant and adamantoise. The method of acquisition should be obvious. You steal it from the beast's nest, of course. Simple in theory, but difficult in execution. Most who try die in the attempt. Will I help you get it? You amuse me. I will not jeopardize my position by openly assisting you. From me, you will receive only information. What you do with it is your choice. Let me be clear. This business between you, me, and the captain must remain a secret. See, I don't regret my time spent with the company in the slightest. Traveling the world, meeting interesting people, killing them. It was all jolly good fun. Alas, Gridanians are, by and large, an unforgiving lot. Dato here being a rare exception. I've had to go to great lengths to ensure that I'm seen as a model citizen with no taste for drinking, whoring, gambling, and all those other activities I so dearly miss. So understand that if you ruin my little charade by wagging your tongue, I'll fashion a noose with your entrails and hang you from the nearest heavens pillar. Well, what are you waiting for? There's a perfectly good adamantoise egg in a nest to the east of here, just ripe for the taking. Not that I expect you to live long enough to claim it. The mother never strays far from the child, and you will surely be attacked the moment you lay hands upon the egg. There will be other heroes, Caetsu. You do not need to challenge Titan. Abandon your quest, or your corpse will rot in this swamp. He's not very cool. He's not very cool. Congratulations on beating P5S, Andromeda. Did you get any of the loot? Did you get any gear? Well, you had your friends to share it with, right? You had your static to share it with, Andromeda. Did you beat it? Oh, okay. You got no gear. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I've dealt with static raid situations where we tried really hard to prioritize giving gear to DPS first, but ultimately we ended up abandoning that, and eventually abandoning the raid team because people couldn't deal with the fact that they were raiding but didn't get loot because they weren't DPS. That is as it is. It's completely understandable that some people prefer to have an evenly split loot, even if it isn't optimal for progression. But it's really awesome that you cleared it, Andromeda. That is a huge accomplishment. That's really awesome. Even if you didn't get any gear, that doesn't even matter. You got the clear. And you will eventually get gear. It'll be your turn. Surely you guys will reprogress next week. Now let's get this egg. Is get it, right? Was that what was that the meme? But it's okay. Yeah, that is actually a really important thing, is that you can just talk about whether you want to give the gear to the people that need it the most. I think my advice on that subject, Andromeda, you don't have to use my advice, but I would suggest to be completely on the safe side. If the raid team is completely happy with giving gear to the DPS first, completely, that's fine. But if there's any doubt, if anyone's in doubt, I would recommend bringing it up every week. Are we still good with how the gear is distributed? Because if you leave it and someone isn't satisfied with it, it's gonna explode. At some point, someone is gonna go and not be able to deal with it anymore and get really angry about it or leave. And it's not going to be very easy to salvage the situation, so it's better to make sure that everyone's on the same page. I'm saying that because I speak from experience. In World of Warcraft terms, this way where you give gear to a specific person, like this, is called master looting. or more precisely, council looting if there's multiple people that make the decision, but ultimately master looting because you give the gear to someone and you don't just roll for it. And often people don't like that. But I just thought I'd mention it because it would be a shame if the static becomes angry with each other over something as petty as gear drops, right? I thought you might have the good sense to leave this place. By your continued presence, I take it you intend to persevere to the bitter end. Ha! Such bravery, such recklessness! That will serve you well against Titan. Leave the egg with me, I'll see that it gets to the captain. You should make haste to southern Thanalan. In Forgotten Springs, you will find a man named Uotnon. He will be your next guide. Safe travels, Caetsu. Glad to hear it, Andromeda. Yes, exactly, Pokeshack. The best thing is to be all friends and tell each other things clearly. That was really what went wrong in that raid team I had, where things went wrong, is that we agreed before we started that we were gonna specifically funnel gear to DPS first, and preferably to jobs that tended to do more personal DPS as well, which meant that, for instance, the samurai would get gear before the dragoon and stuff like that. Incidentally, the tanks, or at least one of the tanks, and the dragoon, at minimum, weren't super satisfied with that outcome after we had like progressed beyond the second boss in that raid tier. The thing is, we were at a point in the raid tier where you could repeat bosses, like at the very, very tail end of a raid tier where there's no longer a weekly lockout. So we would just farm the boss until everyone had the gear they needed. The problem was that sometimes we would run out of time and would have to wait a few days. So even though we did everything we could do, some people would, you know, have less gear for their private farming, which they might do. And that caused a little bit of trouble for them. But instead of talking about it outright, we had a clear 1 week, like we cleared multiple times, but not much gear dropped for the tanks and so on, because the people that did the most damage could use all the drops. And they had like this okay then kind of feeling to them. And the following week, we didn't get to the run, like our scheduled raid on Tuesday, because at Sunday or Monday it just exploded. Like now they had sat with it and boiled over it all week, and now they had came to the conclusion that they didn't agree with the way we were distributing loot, and there was no way to fix it, even though we could just go back to rolling. Like, it was that easy. If they just said we would like it different, we could just make it different. But by then it was too late. They had already convinced themselves that it was too late, so there was no way to recover, right? Unfortunately. And that's why I'm that's why I'm making this a big deal, that it's really important that you catch it early on. And I'm sure you will, Andromeda, especially if you're friends and you talk with each other. Especially if you're all friends before you did static raiding. Or savage raiding. State your business, adventurer! Ha, so this is the one Vice Cat sends me. I haven't the foggiest what he sees in you, and until I do, you will receive no aid from me. Awesome. Another cool dude. And more die for some reason. Persistent bugger. Very well, let's have a look at you. You've seen your share of battle, there's no mistaking that, and you did manage to obtain that adamantoise egg. However, that was not more than a display of brute force and blind courage. The nun I once fought also believed that his strength would save him. He was wrong, and now I am none. Many years ago, I joined the company of heroes to hone my skills, instead of challenging my predecessor before I was ready. Even when I was young, I understood that victory goes to the patient, the cunning, the pragmatic. That is why I claimed my position. It is why I still hold it. And it is why I will not help an unproven whelp. The children of the sands do not offer aid to strangers. To do so is a sign of weakness. However, if you were recognized as a skilled hunter in your own right, it would be permissible to assist you. Across the desert to the east lies an Amaljar encampment. There dwells a warrior renowned both for his strength and his guile. To even face this Amaljar in battle, you must first find a way to lure him away from the encampment. This will be your test, to draw out and defeat the veteran. For this, I will offer you no advice, only this one spear. Why, you ask? You will have to solve that riddle yourself. Now go, slay this old warrior and bring me his necklace. That's a really annoying fate poke, Jack. Just spawn on you. And Andromeda says, we do, and we have a rule that if you already got a loot, you can't get another until every... That's a really, really good choice. Like, see, that's the thing, is that we actually discussed having such a rule, and we even tried to adjust it so that if the people that had more gear pieces were, like, close enough that we had to clear the boss more times so that they would get a free loot from, you know, the RNG compensation. You know, you get those items each clear that you can eventually trade for a free choice of any item. If you had enough of those, then you wouldn't be allowed to get an item even though you should have higher priority than someone else. Like, we did everything we could to make sure that gear was distributed in a decent way despite everything. But I think your choice is really good. So that the DPS gets loot first, but they get one piece of loot first, and then everyone else gets a piece of loot, and then the DPS can get loot again, is how I understand what you're saying. And then Drummond says, I always wonder about the state of every Lalafel's cervical area. Every time there's a long dialogue in the MSQ. Are your necks okay? Sure. They're probably in a better state than the tall people looking down on us. But it's really good that you have an agreed upon loot distribution. And it's really important that you have made it in such a way that, for the most part, you all agree on it, so that no one gets angry. You have 2 more things to share. Let's hear it. Put down the spear. Stone Spike Tenant Garth. Oh, I almost forgot to get the Aetherite in the area. You spent about 200,000 gil on a freaking glamour top. And those are just maths, because the item itself is too absurd. Which top is it, Andromeda? I mean, 200,000 is pretty steep for a chest piece like glamour equipment, but it's not that bad. I believe one time my friend Setsu spent 1 million on a poncho. I believe it was 1 million. Oh, you were practicing more P5S? You didn't put Cardia on the... Oh no. Oh no. Well, I think that your tank is also to blame for not reminding you. I always remind the Sage if I'm missing the buff when I'm the tank. Or if I'm someone else in the party and I see that the Sage hasn't put it down, I'll always remind them. Well, with Setsu it's complicated. But my trick to having a lot of gil is more related to only buying occasionally and making an effort to recoup my losses when I've bought something. So like I will try to sell more and go more into making money after purchasing something big. Tell me, adventurer! Tell me, adventurer! Is our old nemesis dead? Yes, I guess. 'Tis a fine necklace, as befits a veteran of countless battles. It will make an excellent trophy. The spear, it belonged to one of his brothers. I knew when he spied it from afar, he would be unable to resist venturing outside the encampment to see for himself. Did you discern my intent, or was it dumb luck, I wonder? Either way, you impress me, adventurer. I shall tell you of the ingredient you seek. Chest piece upgrade? Chest piece upgrade. We have a new chest piece. Well, when we get home, because I'm not wearing that without glamour, you see. We're wearing our raincoat till the bitter end. And Andromeda says also, with the Boulevardiers ruffle shirt, the one that requires a Eureka material. Oh, I see. You have your crafters leveled up. So there are a bunch of ways to make money without actually incorporating crafters, but having crafters is always better than not having crafters, so I completely get that. Like, there's money to be saved every single day by just having crafters, like so that you can repair your own equipment, for instance, or melt your own materia, for instance. A shame we did not meet when I was still with the company of heroes. You would have made a fine recruit. But no point dwelling on what cannot be. You have a well-wicked worm to hunt. Sandworms slither brazenly across the desert dunes, but well-wicked worms are far fewer in number. Rarity breeds demand, and so their meat is highly prized as a delicacy. The only way to catch your quarry is to entice it with something it cannot resist. These worms prey on the small creatures of the Zagoli. A freshly slaughtered angler carcass would be my choice of bait. There is an area teeming with anglers to the east. I will mark it upon your map. Now he has my map, I guess. He just yoinked it. Along with the location where well-wicked worms are most frequently sighted. Be warned, the blood will drive the worm into a feeding frenzy. If your skills are lacking, it will devour you as well. Cool. Thank you, Andromeda. Ask your friends to melt because you're too... Oh, well. Yeah, that helps. It doesn't cost them anything to melt for you, so it's just time. It's more a matter of having the material that is the really expensive part. But that one you can also get around by doing content. Like, you can just grind materia from doing expert roulette and stuff like that. Or doing, like, leveling roulette while satisfying the adventurer in need. And also being max level. I do believe that gives you clusters that you can trade for materia of your choice. Oh, whoops. I actually thought we needed to kill more than one. We did not. Oh, by the way, Andromeda, there's something that... I'm guessing that you already know this, but I just think I should mention it anyway. If you cleared P5S for the first time yesterday... then you would not have a lockout to spend. Like, you can only get loot from the boss once a week. So if you had cleared it again today, you would not have gotten anything for it. You would have nothing to show for it. That doesn't mean that there isn't reason to farm, just like to complete, like to practice the encounter now that you've learned it and beaten it. But I'm just saying that you will probably be much happier with doing a reclear next week than beating it today where you're getting no loot for it. Right? I just thought I would mention it in case you didn't know, because it's very significant, because the extreme fight, you know, the one in the 4th trial extreme, you can farm that one all day if you want. But Savage Raid works differently for some reason. And yeah, exactly, Andromeda, the cracked anthro... I believe it's anthro clusters, that might be it. If you have some of them, I hope... Do you know where to trade them? I think I have something about where you can trade them in for materia in my materia guide, but I don't recall for certain. And yeah, Pokeshack, welcome back. Excellent timing, isn't it? I've noticed that our gear is starting to really fall behind because enemies are starting to survive longer. Like, let's draw some attention to the fact that our weapon is level 31 and we're level 47. And, yeah, I can repeat that, Andromeda. So, if you're in game, it will probably be easiest for me to for you to get what I'm talking about by following what I'm going on. Can I ask, are you in the game while on the stream here right now, Andromeda, or are you just on the stream? Because that depends on how it's best to explain it. You look well. Have you caught your quarry then? Yes. Your skills as a hunter rival those of our best. I applaud your success, Caetsu. The meat will need to be heavily smoked before I ship it to Viasgate. Worry not, you have my word that he will receive it in time for the banquet. You must be eager to obtain the 3rd ingredient. I regret to say that I know not of its location. For the nonce, you should return to Costa del Sol and seek Viasgate's counsel. But hold a moment, since you will be meeting the captain again soon, there's something I would like you to deliver to him for me. New gloves, new gloves, new gloves, thank you. Oh, okay, that's alright, Andromeda. So, the current raid tiers, Savage Raid, let me just decline out of this. The current raid tier Savage Raid and also the newest Alliance Raid, while it is the same raid tier as matches that Alliance Raid. So that means, for instance, Aglaya before the new Alliance Raid before the new raid tier came out. These things will have a weekly lockout, meaning that you can only win. In the case of the Alliance Raid, you can only win one piece of equipment each week, and you only get the coin for clearing it the first time each week. Savage Raids are a little different. When you kill the boss, it's like you take your clear and put it in like a lottery machine, like a coin you put in. And if 4 coins go in, then 1 chest with loot drops. If 8 coins go in, then 2 chests will drop. Which means that if there's 7 people that are having their first clear of the week, then you will get 1 chest. If there's 8, you get 2. if there's only 3, then you get 0. You still lose your clear. Like, it's gone. You will not get more loot. But basically, if you're playing with a static, when you clear a Savage Raid boss while it's current, you will only be able to clear it once every week and get loot for it. If you join a different raid team and clear with them, and like 7 people haven't gotten a clear yet, a chest will drop, but you will not be able to roll on the loot either. Like, you can only roll on loot on 1 clear of P5S every week. And that also applies for P6S, P7S, and P8S. Until, like, I think they usually lift this weekly limitation 6 months into a raid tier? Something like that? 6 or 7 months in, which means there's 1 or 2 months until the next raid tier begins. But you can tell if you have loot to get from the weekly lockout, whether it's spent or not. Like, if you can see my mouse here, if you find P5S Savage in your menu, it'll be under high-end duty right now. If you find it, it should have like, if you log in tomorrow, so before the weekly reset on Tuesday, then you will see that there's like an open chest here, and it should say something like rewards already claimed 1 out of 1. And if it doesn't say that, then you should be good. But it's the same for also the normal raid. For example, you can only win 1 gear token if you do that every week. I hope that makes sense, Andromeda. And yeah, thank you, Pokeshack. Just as a reminder, I've put up a little community post of a poll asking what you guys want to see me stream. You get it? Great. Perfect. Yeah, it's a little weird because it's very specifically for that. Most content isn't like that, just like Extreme isn't like that. The captain was always fond of their brand wine. I would be grateful if you could deliver it on my behalf. I was a reckless, angry youth when I first joined the company, and he would have been well within his rights to cast me out. Everything I have I owe to his wisdom and generosity. Wisecat was a firm yet fair teacher, an expert molder of men, and I suspect that is still the case now. Please give him my regards, Caetsu. Yeah, so the way that's going to work probably is that it'll, of course, only be possible for people that are on the Chaos data center that we will do mount farming together. Not only Chaos data center, but if you're on the Light data center, you would also be able to join. Basically, it's exclusive to European data centers. Unfortunately, I'm sitting here waiting with bated breath for when we can have worldwide data center travel, because when that happens, the day that happens, maybe we can celebrate by having like a mount farm on stream with everyone. That would be awesome. But the good news on that is, as I also explained in the community post, is that while I can't muster a static raid team for Savage raiding, what I can do is muster like 4 or 5 people, maybe a full party, to do old content with. Like, I actually woke up this morning, logged in just to check on my island sanctuary, and was randomly invited by my friends in the free company to help with Byakko Extreme. Not that they needed it necessarily, but that was just random mount farming they were doing anyway. Well met, Kaitsu. Landonel and Wardenon both spoke highly of you. What brings you here today? I don't know. This brand wine. Ah, my favorite. I shall have to thank the nun personally. Now, you have but one ingredient left. Fortunately, you will not have to travel to Aldenard this time to obtain it. Pants? Upgrade? No. 5-5. No. A little bit of defense. Don't think that's worth it. I'll take the money. I would find it super awesome if you guys could be on stream one day. That would just be perfect. But it would maybe you would still enjoy watching me play with my free company. Truth be told, I never intended for you to collect this last ingredient. Bravelox, my old quartermaster, wished to bring it to Costa del Sol herself. However, not long ago she sent word that there's been some trouble at the long stop, and that the delivery would be delayed indefinitely. She told me nothing of the incident itself, but I fear the situation may be dire. Though I would like nothing more than to aid her myself, I have no choice but to turn to you and your allies. Make haste to Hidden Falls docks and speak with Ozun Nazun. He will direct you to the Raincatcher Gully, where Bravelox and her people have made their home. You know, Andromeda, I was talking earlier about how this particular quest line is, from what I heard, one of the most hated storylines in the game. Like, people genuinely hating it. I don't know why. I feel like this particular quest line isn't that bad. Like, they think it's funny. But I've heard a lot of bad about it for some reason. Pokeshak says, I was calm, just watching my armadillos, and a wild free company flew over me and attacked me with this extreme Byakko. Just imagine that. The boss just literally dropping like an airstrike, and then the boss fight begins. Oh, thank you, Andromeda.
What's the hurry? What's the hurry, Venture? Eh? Something happening over at the Gobby settlement? I don't know why you're so eager to help a bunch of beastmen, but go and talk to the skipper over yonder. She'll ferry you to Raincatcher Gully.
Okay. Hey, ferry skipper. Oh, 40 gil. Finally! Someone my height! So, before we get too far away from it, let's grab the wine port etherite. And what's this? Treasures and Tribulations. I wonder what that is. Is that a dungeon? Oh yeah, Pokeshak says, do not forget that canonically, Smol Minfilia comes with a male voice. Oh yeah, that's a reference to the previous stream. where I finished a sentence from Minfilia with a cough. Let me just see. Oh, this is where you unlock treasure maps. At level 36? Really? Are there any level 36 treasure maps? Really? Huh. Strange. But now we're getting up to Bravelock's long stop. I actually remember that Bravelock's long stop was the first dungeon I did as a healer. I remember that I queued up as a summoner, and the queue was so long that I decided this was the time I was going to try being a scholar for the first time. And it, as far as I remember, it went just fine. It was just the first time that I started using the fact that summoners and scholars share a level. Treasure hunter, where to hunt treasures with your gun lance?
Tongue flaps of Weisgate be reaching ears of brave flocks. Uplanders come for tasty fresh goby treats, yes? Quest prize of Uplander deep in Longstop. Flighty beast chased goby flock from homes. Goby flock needs goodly Uplander give safety to Longstop with much hand lending.
You're looking at the pic of Smol Caetsu and Kaetsu, and you can just imagine it filling up with other characters that are just also Kaetsu. What could I be next? I don't know. It's specifically Aura and Lalafell have been my most favorite races in the game. Maybe a Mikote, I guess, but that's probably more for nostalgia since my very first character was technically a Mikote. But other than that, I don't know. Braveflock's Longstop. Let's go. And before we get too ahead of ourselves, let's just return to New Britannia. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that we need to put on equipment and glamour it. There we are. Oh, whoops. Missing Chaiji Katsu, the original savior of the pink cult. There sure are a lot of blue quests here. Oh, that's the sightseeing log, I guess. It's not like we're going to be doing it much. Oh. Let me just try healing. Oh, astrologian. Nope. Astrologian is really difficult. I think the best way to talk about it is that so recently I've been watching some fighting game videos on YouTube where people talk about like stuff like characters to play, like characters, how you deal with characters, where some characters, like for instance in Smash Brothers, where certain characters that are easier to play, like easier to maneuver in general, are better to have as a secondary character, because you don't have to play them religiously to be able to play them well, while other characters don't fit well as a secondary because you need to play them all the time to be able to do what needs to be done, like to be able to play it perfectly. So they're better as a main, you could say. This sort of applies in Final Fantasy XIV as well, I would say. Like, for instance, I would say that Summoner is one of the best secondaries in the game, because it's not that complicated to do the opener perfectly. Like, it's not trivial, I'm not saying it's trivial, but the rotation isn't that complicated as soon as you start learning it, as like compared to other jobs like Black Mage. It's really easy. And the same applies to Warrior. Like, if you're tank main, then like if you want to have a secondary tank to bring, like if the other tank in your random group is your main, then Warrior is a great one to have as a backup, because if your main is Gunbreaker, Paladin, or Dark Knight, and the other tank is your job, then that means Warrior's open. And often Warrior's not open because Warrior's easy to play, so it's very common to main. So, like, there's a few jobs that are really easy to have as a secondary, and you might notice a trend here, because I would also say that Sage is a really good secondary, because it's not too complicated unlike Astrologian. And then you might say, but wait a minute, hasn't Kaitsu said that they main warrior, sage, and summoner? And correct. I play the easy jobs because then I have the space to focus on a more complicated job when I need to, while not while not losing my ability to play the jobs that I play the most and depend on to do well. You can main Warrior and Dark Knight. Totally, it's just to say that Warrior is probably the best of the 4 tanks to have as your secondary. Pokejak says, you remember changing from Summoner to Scholar because you couldn't get your Titus, even though it was level 40. The Titus mission is 35 and you barely managed to run through the 20 missions. And in case Andromeda's confused by the Titus thing, there's a guy in the quest just before this quest line that calls Titan Titus for some reason, because he doesn't remember it well and he's lying. So that's the joke. You're trying to level 1 up for each class, and your train of thought is literally just whichever you can get to 90 faster. Well, you don't need to grab the one that you get to 90 fastest, you need to level the one that you enjoy playing the most. If you like playing Gunbreaker, that's fine, but you might enjoy one of the other tanks more. And if you don't give them a chance, you'll never know. And if you find tanking scary, then Gunbreaker definitely isn't the best choice to start with. Let's see if we can return to Little Alamigo and get these Brigade Fire Dancers. So the logic here is that on one hand, if the queue pops, we've wasted a little bit of money on getting here, only to be dragged back to Brave Rock's long stop afterwards. On the other hand, if we make it to our target, we can do something instead of just standing around and waiting. But if we get dragged there, then I will pose that the Duty Finder forced me away from my project because it realized that I was doing something else. So I will have tricked the Duty Finder into giving us a faster queue. Smart. Your biggest fear is going into Hawk Manor as any tank. Oh, it's fine. You'd get it. But I still think, Andromeda, that if you find it scary to tank, it would be beneficial for you to start with a lower level tank. Like, the same applies with healing. It's better to start with a lower level one where it's less complex. Is that monk just gonna let this happen right in front of him? Sure. Cool. Cool dude. Okay, we're in Southern Thanalan. Anything in Southern Thanalan? Amalja Bruiser. Amalja Bruiser. $25, $21. What? Okay. That's quite far away. It says that it's here. Yeah, we had a little bit of a conversation earlier about how there's a few things that you can, like, there are some optional enemies in Hawk Manor. And there are some, like one of the bosses where there are multiple ways to approach it. Okay, you got... Well, Andromeda, remember that Astrologian starts at level 30. Oh dear. I'll grab the key, guys. Pokeshak says, remember that Halatali is an optional dungeon. Oh, I know. We complete, like, level-wise, we've completely missed it if it wasn't, so... I can't remember where it is that you unlock it, so that would be nice if we have the key, friends. I took it. It would be nice so that we can maybe at some convenient time. I think we will focus on getting the other targets first. And then if we run out of Grand Company targets and such, then we can go and grab Halatali specifically. Really, you literally started the quest and was like, nah, I'm not grinding 60 levels for that. Oh. Astrologian dancing sadly in a corner. Oh. Back on the topic of side mains. Oh yeah. Prior to Endwalk, you literally went through 3 classes, more or less, and got them to level 90. Oh yeah, I remember that you power leveled jobs without really being an Endwalker, right? That was really funny. I seem to recall that. Or maybe that was someone else that did the exact same thing. But when you decided to push through with Endwalker, you had an existential crisis and wanted to roleplay as your original main, which is Black Mage. And it has never been clear to you before why everyone told you to choose hard jobs. Until you tried everything but Black Mage. So when you're back to using it, you forgot how to use Black. Oh yeah, that's a problem. Oh, treasure. Future this ring. Well, actually, Andromeda, I'm really good at remembering a lot of things people tell me. I'm just not that great at pinning the name to the story every time, which is why I often say, "But was that you?" But I guess I remembered correctly. That's great. It's really hard to remember a job if you put it away for a long time. Pokeshak says, my list for tank you like better for worse is Warrior is equal to Dark Knight, is way above Paladin, and Gunbreaker needs testing for your part because you used it too little. Okay. I really like Warrior, and it makes very much sense that you would put it equal to Dark Knight in some ways, because in some ways they're very similar. With Delirium and Inner Release like being the thing that they have mostly in common of all things. And this is where it's smart to use Bloodbath, because the enemy has like a Thorns effect on them, as we can see. So I'm alleviating the damage I'm taking by healing it back with lifesteal. You forgot you had to keep your gauge up, and you forgot you had Paradox. You forgot when to use Xenoglossy and Triple Cast. Well, both Triple Cast and Xenoglossy, there is a perfect place to use them, but in both cases, I would actually say that outside of the perfect circumstances, it's perfectly fine to just use them when you need mobility or an easy to use action. So, you would relearn that eventually. Oh yeah, what I saw that there was this, like, I think it was a meme poll on Twitter recently, where someone said who's the best healer and only listed non-healer jobs, and Warrior won it, like, by a lot. But yeah, I will say that if you're trying to pick up and learn Black Mage some more, in the perfect world, there is like an optimal timing to use everything. Like, when should you use Xenoglossy, when should you use Paradox and things like that. But ultimately, Paradox, as long as you use it every time you have it available in some capacity, that's good enough. And as long as you don't cap on Xenoglossy, keeping them to have an instant attack you can use when you need to move is good enough. Like, that's pretty good. So, Andromeda, make sure you don't kick yourself over not playing perfectly. Praise yourself for playing in a somewhat resource optimized way at the very least. Like, at least you're using all of your tools. Then whether you use it at the perfect time comes later. But the red is sooner. Could you imagine? It's just a bard with like a tag that looks like the Asuna symbol on their head. So why are you in this raid team? We needed an extra Asuna. Oh, Ralo's still here. Hello. I really don't like that part where the dragon comes down for like 15 seconds and bounces you away and everything. It feels so unnecessary. That's a big upgrade. I wonder if we can win it. Can we win it? That's a really terrible roll. But maybe we could win it. Andromeda says, you don't want to spoil it for Pope Jack, but listen, you survived your best friend's test of reflexes using Black Mage. Oh, yeah, that's really good. That's awesome. I did it with Summoner. Which also is really funny in its own right. I can also inform you that Fishra Kai, as you say, always wears her wedding ring on her right hand, which came up in a very convenient timing in that fight. You say you have a funny story about your red mage? Let's hear it. What is my purpose? You dispense Isunas. Oh my god. Oh, they waited for me. Aww. That's I think that's the first time in a while that people have waited. Here we fortunately don't really have any positionals. We got the skirt. We have a combat skirt. Oh, the ninjas got the limit break. Great. I was not sure if it was time to use it, but it was definitely time to use it. Let's see here. Andromeda says, so your friend is a black mage main, but with Devour and it being a new proc, he decided to use red mage, even though the meta isn't kinda skewed in his favor. So he was going on a res rampage. Bo, and just in between that, Bojack says, appreciate yourself playing one of the hardest classes in the game and not being a coward like the dirty summoner and red mage who think they're better. Oh, I don't know. Everything's good. New spear. So obviously you and your co-healer got used to him spamming the raise, so when you decided to switch to Black Mage after you clear, your co-healer said, friend, can you rest? There was a deafening silence. Birds were going coo coo before she realized some 1 minute later that he's no longer a red mage, but a black mage instead. I can rest. Casts ley lines. I can do the opposite of resting. I can stand in the bed. That's a nice skirt. And we got another piece of upgrade. We got a lot. A new spear. Leyline supremacy. Leylines are awesome. Like, I wish more jobs had like buffs that made them attack faster. And also, Andromeda, you say that the meta isn't favoring your friend playing Black Mage? I mean, I've seen a lot of groups using Black Mage, like a lot of groups using Red Mage, sorry, like in Party Finder. Simply because on progress, having a Red Mage to be able to like get you back on your feet makes it way easier to learn new parts of the fight. And while Red Mage might not personally be able to do as much damage as a Black Mage, they give raid-wide damage buffs, just like some other jobs, so they can compensate. But I will agree that if your raid team is trying to optimize and you have neither a samurai nor a black mage, then maybe there's something to it there. Consider getting either one, but you don't need either one. And yeah, exactly. I misspoke. I meant there's nothing bad about having a red mage in your raid team. I'm pretty sure red mage is like typically middle of the pack or so, something like that. We'll teleport to Lominsa first to equip our new gear and glamour it. And then we'll teleport closer to Bravelock's long stop. Oh dear, there's a lot of people here. There we go. And then wine port. And did you guys notice how much more damage we were doing with this new spear? It's pretty crazy. Bojack says, if the mobility, all my homies go to die in the ley lines. You have a warrior in your raid team and they don't care that it's quote-unquote considered throwing to have a warrior in your raid team, as you say. Let's see here. So, the thing is that people on social media can tend to blow things a little bit out of proportion sometimes with what can and cannot be done. It might be really difficult to make the timer on P8S in first week item level gear if your party incidentally employs primarily the jobs that each individually does the lowest DPS possible. Like if you specifically use Paladin and Warrior together and specifically go with like, I don't know, a Red Mage maybe? I don't believe they do that badly. And a Machinist and things like that. Then you might be in trouble. But I would like to point out that in the terms of, you know, the logs that people refer to like almost like a religion sometimes, the average performance of a Gunbreaker in the current raid tier scores a 61.5, and that means compared to tanks, healers, and DPS. A 61.5 in terms of DPS on average. That's what we really care about. A warrior on average performs a 59.6, which means, relatively speaking, I'm just gonna write it in chat. On average, a Gunbreaker's performance is like 4% stronger than a warrior. 4%. 4. Okay, I don't have to write it because I just translated it to 4%. I would have written like a much longer one. It's actually closer to 3%, but I'll round it up for you guys' sake, because technically Gunbreaker has a higher like upper bound than Warrior as well. But the point is that in most cases, Gunbreaker isn't so massive of a difference than a Warrior is. It's just that because Gunbreaker better, then people have a really hard time realizing that Warrior isn't that much worse. The problem is for Warrior is more the fact that Warrior is trading this damage for defense that your raid team does not need. Because you have so much defense in just your healers anyway. Yeah, but the point is that you should, Andromeda, don't worry about having the perfect raid setup. By the time you reach P8S, if there's any job that is undertuned so much that it cannot beat it, it will get buffed in time. If there's any other things, like if the jobs are viable, then it's because you need a little bit of gear, and this gear you will get while progressing. Like P8S is probably more designed for you to have 620 item level rather than 610. So those world first people, they're doing quote unquote the impossible, you could say. And yeah, that I would actually love to see Gunbreaker do really well in PvP. I think Gunbreaker was one of the first jobs I tried in Crystalline Conflict. It just didn't work that well for me. And see, Andromeda also says comfort pick over meta, and yeah, exactly. You're going to perform better with the jobs you like than the jobs that are quote unquote best. Always. And Pokeshak says, what you say, Dro, reminded me of a meme of a paladin who put craftsmanship as materia to see if they would let him enter the raid, because being a paladin, they would not let him enter. Oh. Well, Pokeshack, if you're playing warrior, you need to do a lot of fell cleaves. Goodly Uplander has tanks of Gobby Flock. Gobby Flock? A witch flock. Fighty Beast was tricksy foe, but Uplander outwitted with plans making. Uplander has goodly head of Fighty think. Braveflock's happy gives tasty fresh Gobby treats to clever Uplander. Cheese is stinky sweet Gobby treat, special make with secret Gobby arts. No party complete without Gobby Gouda. Braveflock's every say. Every say. Are you going to be playing... Wait, are you going to be not playing healer anymore, Andromeda? Or are you referring to the next raid tier after this one? I gather you solved Braveflock's little problem. By the gods, that unholy stench! This is definitely goblin cheese. Judging from the smell, this should be quite flavorful. How is it made? It's best you remain ignorant of such things. I still remember when I learned what kind of milk they use. Money. Oh, and we're level 49 now, by the way. You missed the way Black Mage just cast Blizzard 3 to get MP back. I mean, I love Black Mage. I just prefer to play it against a striking dummy rather than a raid boss. I love spell speed, but I prefer playing Black Mage against a striking dummy, which just doesn't really work, like in a day-to-day gameplay, right? You say, this raid tier, sorry, you kind of want to try and not be a healer just because you've been maining healer for the past a long time? And Pokédex says, the cheese smells bad because it is made from the comments of people who insult the class of others. That would make some bad cheese.
Bravo, Caetsu. Thanks to you, our guests shall be honored with a marvelous banquet. But what good is an exotic feast without an equally exquisite aperitif? Aperitif?
You mean appetizer?
Luckily, I know just the person to ask. Make your way to Vineport and seek out Shamani Lomani, another former member of the company. All you have to do is give him this order slip. He'll take care of the rest. Oh, and if you're wondering if this is merely a ploy to test your patience, I assure you I do actually need that wine. And while you're there, give Shamani Lomani my regards.
I was just in Wineport. I was literally right there. Why didn't you tell me both things? Why do ninjas and samurais get the best looking gear? Well, I mean, often samurais share that gear with monks. And I don't know. Actually, honestly, I've had the biggest trouble with finding a decent glamour that I liked for my main. For samurai and ninja. And monk. But just recently, one of my good friends sent me a cape of happiness, and I decided to make a samurai glamour out of that. Now I just need to update my ninja glamour.
Sweat, grime, and blood. You reek of blood. An adventurer, unless I'm mistaken. What brings you to Wineport?
This letter.
An order. Let me guess. A request for the finest vintage I can muster. The paper smells of loam and perfume, Costa del Sol, and there's also the unmistakable odor of goblin cheese. Yes, Master Kekeruju would not settle for anything less than the best. Distwaits and his crew must be quite busy preparing for an exotic feast, hence his decision to rely on an adventurer. But perhaps you're confused. This display of deduction was not intended to impress you. When one loses his vision, he is forced to compensate in other ways, but you've no interest in my affairs. You wish only to discuss the wine, I suspect. I don't really want to discuss anything. Give me the wine.
Andromeda says, like, I also watched some of your casters and healers, but why do you need to run Tower of Paradigm's Breach a million times just to get your type B glam? You just had one made today. A Cape of Happiness? And Pokédex says, and remember, children, never insult the class of others. Everyone has their tastes, and all classes are good. You just need to practice. Practice makes pink perfect. Exactly, Pokeshack. Exactly. Only mains can insult their mains. They cannot insult other people's mains. And the saddest part is, if you've ever been to the machinist communities, they know that really well. And Poker says, I mean all classes, so nobody can judge me.
Life can be so delightfully unpredictable. I always had a passion for wine, but it wasn't until I was forced to retire that I could pursue it as more than a mere hobby. It wouldn't have been possible if not for the savings I amassed during my time as a mercenary, of course. Say what you will about the nature of that work, none can deny that it pays well. Ah, but you grow impatient, and Waistgate must have his wine. Herein lies the problem. Nothing in my possession is of sufficient quality for this occasion. The best vintages in town are hoarded by Birklaint, who owns and operates the largest winery in Wilbrand. Somehow, I doubt he will be receptive to your request, but given these circumstances, we must needs beg his aid, his assistance.
I really like the Cape of Happiness. The reason why I didn't use it for a ninja glamour was actually because it clipped my main's hair when ninja posing. You know, the battle pose that ninjas use, which does so much clipping. It was very sad. I had even put together a whole awesome glamour and everything, and then I tested it and it didn't work. No cricks in the neck for Smol Guy and others. Yeah, this machinist community still can't stop crying over the quote-unquote death of the Mech Queen. And the thing is that the Mech Queen just got adjusted. It didn't get nerfed. But I think what people are more sad about in the machinist community is that they're allegedly so far behind on DPS that it's saddening. And each patch, they get a little damage buff, like a small one. But it's never enough. And I will say, as long as they're not over the other ranged physical by a significant margin, we have a little bit of a problem, since it's supposed to be the ranged physical equivalent of a samurai or a black mage. It's supposed to be.
What rank amateur bottled this wine? The impurities have rendered it nigh undrinkable. Dismissal is too good for the man responsible. He should be made to drink every drop of his polluted swill. What is it? I am in the middle of an important discussion, and I do not care for interruptions. That neophyte Windner bid you speak with me? Ha! Neither you nor your friend has the palate to appreciate the subtle qualities of my private stock. I would sooner serve you gob your urine than sell you my worst vintage. Be gone from my sight.
Cool, dude. Cool, dude. Thanks. Norman says, yo guys, ever since I learned how to edit HUD layouts, I've been editing my HUD a gazillion times a day. You can never be satisfied with how your HUD looks. Well, you'll have to adjust it to something and then stick to it for a little bit, because else you'll feel like something is a little off every time, and you have to like let it stick for a little bit and see if you're happy with it, and then change it a bit later if you don't like it. Otherwise you'll keep adjusting it, maybe back and forth, or maybe further and further away from what you actually want.
I take it he said no. Really? In those words? Well, I cannot say I'm surprised. Well, while there's no denying his passion and skill, the wine baron of Limsa is not a man known for his tact. Very well, we shall have to take an alternative approach.
Are we stealing the wine, Shaman Lomani? Pokeshak says he's supposed to be the strongest because he's the black mage or the samurai of the shooters, since they do not give buffs and they are some guys who play alone. Yeah, basically, if you're bringing a machinist as your ranged physical, then the machinist has to make the most of your raid buffs to compensate for the fact that he isn't bringing any. That's the exact same reason why Samurai and Black Mage are the way that they are. You always have to find one that works for your healers. One thing I would say, Andromeda, is there a way to make it so that... So you're saying you have your party list on the right of your screen. Do you have any problems with like the buffs, debuffs to the right of the characters going off screen? Because if you do, then I would say I think the best you can do is move it to the left side if you are having that problem, because I don't think you can make it so that the buffs like line up to the left of the names. I just thought I'd mention that.
There's a chance, however small, that another resident of Wineport can furnish us with a suitable wine. In fact, had you come several years ago, I guarantee this would not be a problem. Thus, the quality of our product has declined significantly in recent years. The only breeds cultivated these days are common lowland vines, which isn't to say that their grapes are of poor quality, only that we have known better. Long ago, the Wignerons of Wineport crossbred several species and produced a grape-bearing vine of never-before-seen quality. Bacchus grapes were once the pride of this town, as they were used to produce vintages which surpassed all others. This includes the most aromatic, the most complex, the most flavorful of all wines. The legendary Bacchus wines were born right here in Wineport. Part of my enthusiasm, you see, I once had the privilege to sample that particular wine. It was an otherworldly experience. In that moment, I felt as though I had tasted the nectar of the gods themselves. I transcended my mortal flesh and was one with all creation. But as is all too often said, the calamity changed that. The Bacchus vineyards were completely destroyed, along with much of the existing stock of Bacchus wine. What little remains is closely guarded by its owners, for it can no longer be made. If we cannot convince Björkland to part with his wines, our next best option, as ridiculous as it sounds, is to find someone who has a bottle of Bacchus wine and to offer them every gil we can spare. I've heard rumors that one of the Wignerons tending the vineyards might have once owned a bottle. Perhaps you could start speaking with them. As mechanically... Oh. But that's true, Andromeda. Like, the important part is placing it somewhere where you're regularly looking. Fat chocobo? What do you mean? What? So one tip, by the way, Andromeda, I'm just gonna mention this because you say you're fiddling a lot with your UI or your HUD layout. Here's a thing that I discovered very recently while I was working on a guide. Under character configuration, control settings, I don't know if you would find this helpful. Maybe you would. So I'm just gonna mention it, like as a random little side note. You can set it so that you can hold a modifier and the scroll wheel and be able to scroll your party list if you wanted to. You can also do it with the enemy list, but specifically the party list is something that you can't normally scroll through, so I just thought I'd mention it. And that might not be perfectly clear, since most things in the HUD layout are in the HUD layout, right? Speaking of party list... Wait a minute, speaking of the party list, why do I not have my party list showing? There we go. Much better. But yeah, exactly, is that if you go
to control settings and then mouse, then you can set it to scroll. You can actually also just set it so that your default scroll is to scroll your party list. You can also make it to like basically use it as an alternative to tab targeting if you want. It's pretty wild that this is like hidden away like that. But I think it would be super helpful for a healer maybe. What? Do I have Bacchus wine? I wish I never had the chance to try it myself. Sorry friend, but you're a few years too late. And I'm really glad to hear that you're excited for that feature, because I was like really surprised that it was a thing, but also was like, I've played without such a feature for so long that I don't know if I would be able to utilize it.
Bacchus wine? Don't remind me. Used to have a cellar filled with the stuff. Thought I could keep the wine safe from thieves and the elements. Never counted on a bloody primal blowing up my goddamn house.
That sucks, man. That's sad. Andromeda says, I like how this big air whale just fits through everything. We stand a skinny legend. This whale is dummy thick, as they say. Just a moment. At that moment, Dro discovered happiness, and it became one of their favorite days, along with the day they blew kisses at them for being Viera. And it's also the day where they got a cape of happiness. Incidentally. No luck, hmm? Most regrettable, but we had to try. But Bacchus wine would have been perfect for the occasion. Though, I must confess, my certitude could be due in part to my personal history with the beverage. It is, after all, the very reason I decided to become a vintner. After Titan blinded me in our battle beneath Ogomoro, I fell into a deep depression. It wasn't until I tasted Bacchus wine for the first time that I realized that there was still so much I could experience, even in my condition. It helped me to find a new direction in life. It breaks my heart to think that wondrous ambrosia, which once filled me with hope, may be forever lost to us. Ooh, a burst potion. Why? Why? And it gives 16%, but max 27, which is 10%. Great. And then Nora says, I always get those from people that had to like blush in your heart. Ah, the difficulties of being popular. I must say, this talk of Bacchus wine has made me rather nostalgic indeed. There's much I miss about my life with the company of heroes. After everything the captain has done for me, I could not bear to disappoint him. I have no fear. I swear I shall find a suitable wine for the banquet. Though I may need some time to think of a solution. In the meantime, there's a favor I would ask of you. 2 years ago, in the deepest depths of my despair, I stumbled across Wilbrand as a vagabond drunk. I suspect I was looking for a place to die, because I very nearly found one not far from here. It was there that a man named Drest took me in and nursed me back to health, and it was he who gave me my first taste of Bacchus wine, which helped me to find my new calling. Though I'm still a novice in the arts of winemaking, I would like him to know that I am pursuing my dream. This wine is my own original creation, and I would be most grateful if you delivered it to him in my stead. Drest sometimes works at the Raincatcher Gully Docks, so perhaps Richskild can tell you where to find him. Oh, okay. Good night, Andromeda. Glad to see you. Really awesome that you came by. And I guess have nice classes tomorrow if you have classes tomorrow. Ritzskild. Hey, Ritzskild. Hello. Dressed? Oh, you mean the hermit? Aye. It's awesome of you, Gil, when we need an extra pair of hands. He doesn't talk about himself, and I sure as hell don't ask. When a man's got a face with scars like that, you best leave well enough alone, I say. If you've a mind to find him, though, then head southwest to the severed string. Oh. I'm still a little sad about the fact that I made the mistake of making the confusion on that pole. Oh, Hell's Claw. Watch out I don't run into that guy. And don't fall in the cliff. But I'm glad to see what things that people want to see, because I was hoping to do exactly those things. Oh, let's say I was happy to hear any response, because I only put things that I want to do in the poll. Well, Pokeshack, it's not your fault, it's my fault for saying take two. I just forgot that you could misunderstand it as take two and not take two, which is pretty much impossible to tell the difference, except that there's like an explainable difference. It's just really hard to hear it. It's not your fault, it's my fault. What do you want? Drink this wine. I didn't ask for this. Who sent you? Can't sleep. They won't let me sleep. The mitches, the buzzing, it keeps me awake. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I won't fight. I don't want to fight. Please make the buzzing stop. Make the midges go away. Okay, we go and beat up the midges. I'm sure, man. It seems like it's really bothering you, so we deal with it. Yeah, exactly. I should have used a different wording, because specifically it could be misunderstood as take two of them. But, I mean, if it causes people to be more likely to respond with a comment explaining what the second thing they want is, that would be awesome. Like, that would at the end of the day be great. As long as people don't get so confused that they choose not to vote, then it's fine. This is a little problematic. We're so far ahead in level again that enemies are attacking us to protect each other. At least we're beating up the enemies so fast that it's not really an issue. until when you left the post, in the sense of counting it as an answer. How do you mean? Huh? Yeah, at some point I'll decide to do something based on the answers. Presumably I'll, make the streams. For instance, regarding the ranked stuff, that basically is just a question to ask. If I reach the point in PvP where I was going to stop, should I do something else with that time? Or should I keep doing more PvP? And if people say that they want to see more PvP, then that's the result of that. For the mount farming stuff, I would have to plan with my free company and stuff so that there's a chance that they are available on the day where I plan to stream. And like at the day and time. But I will use the answers in general. But I'm actually more interested in knowing what things people don't want to see than seeing what people do want to see.
It's not so loud anymore. Did you do that? Thank you. You helped me, even after what my comrades and I did to your country.
What?
We were on a reconnaissance mission. When the Maelstrom caught us by surprise, we tried to escape, but the others... No one else survived. I didn't ask for this, damn it. I'm not even Garlean. They conquered my lands just like they tried to conquer yours. I don't want to die in some blasted jungle halfway around the world. I just want to go home.
I understand that. Why are you giving me these? Oh. I'll probably in some days' time I'll probably write like a follow-up community post where I say what I have seen. But actually these kind of polls do stay up like almost eternally. I have seen people add responses to the first poll within like the past weeks or so. I don't know why, but they have.
I wish to thank Shamani for the wine. That was overly kind. Would you be willing to bear a gift back to him? Last night at Red Mantis Falls, I collected the sap from nearby palm trees. If placed in coconut shells and stored for a few bells' time, it makes for a fine wine. See, it should be ready by now. I left 3 shells out there. Please, take them to Shamani for me. I'm glad he's moved on with his life. I hope to one day do the same.
It was to know that, and did not know that they were to, yeah. Basically, I could delete the community post, and then it would not be there to vote on anymore, but I don't think there's any reason to do that. Generally speaking, if there's 1 or 2 of the answers that are particularly high, like that people want especially much, then it will not change much that people vote on them later on. Ultimately, they will still stay ahead. But if there's like some things that are in a draw or something, then people coming after the fact and voting on them might, split the tie so that there's something else. But the thing is that for me it doesn't matter whether one is like what I care about most is that are there people interested in watching the things. So if there's over a certain amount of votes on something, then I will probably do it, or at least try to find time to do it. And if there's not very many votes on something, then I will probably not do it. It's not so much a matter of which thing wins. If something is very, very much preferred over the others, I'll probably make more space for that particular thing. Like, for example, let's say that 50% of the votes say PvP streams, please. Then I might, you know, sometimes do 2 PvP streams in the same week. Instead of 2 different, instead of PvP and something else. But other than that, it's a matter of just what things do people want to see, and then I'll plan around it. So if people, you know, change their vote or more people vote in the future, that's okay.
It has been some time, Kaitsu. What news do you have of Dresd? Ah, yes, I recall he did have some knowledge of winemaking, a simplistic but nevertheless effective method that utilizes the natural properties of palm sap. I shall have to enjoy this batch before it spoils. We're not so different, Dresd and I, 2 men who have long struggled not to let our scars define us. I worry that he has been alone with his thoughts for far too long. Aye, but it is past time I paid him a visit. Thank you for looking after him, Kaitsu.
And we're level 50. And apparently we just straight up learn Chaos Thrust. And True North. So now we have our combos. Excellent.
By the gods, Kaitsu, listen. I know you're eager to wash your hands of this wine business, but I've just discovered something extraordinary about Dresd's palm wine. He sealed each coconut shell with a leaf which has a very distinct shape and unusual odor. I thought I was going mad at first, but now I'm certain. These are the leaves of a Bacchus grapevine. Do you know what this means? Somewhere in Raincatcher Gully, the legendary vine still grows. If we could obtain a cutting, we could revive the Bacchus wine industry. We must know where Dresd found these leaves. Here, take one of them back to him and see what he remembers.
Oh boy. And that also means, by the way, now that they're level 50, that we could possibly go and complete the level 45 and 50 Dragoon quests and get a very decent armor set. You say something that Pokeshack says something that I did not understand about this part of the story is that no matter how much Dalamud fell, it seems possible to me that all of the plants necessary to make Bacchus wine would disappear. Well, I think the reasoning is that Wineport developed this extremely special plant, like by crossbreeding a lot, and then bred it in Wineport, like specifically there, and they didn't, you know, share the secret of how to make this special plant all over the world, because that would obviously not be very economically smart of them. They're selling the wine, the best wine in the universe. Why would they sell other people the means to make that? That would give them less money. So if Dalamud fell and something broke specifically the vineyard where the Bacchus vines grew, then all of the Bacchus vine would be lost. Hypothetically, that's how I see it anyway.
Oh, hello again. What is it? It's just a leaf, isn't it? I only chose it because it was pretty. Didn't know it was rare. I found them near the Juggernaut to the south, but didn't see any grapevines. I saw fresh scorpio tracks, though. Maybe the leaves came from vines growing on the back of one such beast. If you go looking for it, please be careful. Some Gorbios are more territorial than others, and you may have to defend yourself.
He's nice. He cares about our safety. you get the 4 pieces of armor and then the chest, so you don't even use it because they give you a chest with the same armor but better. Exactly. The thing is that that upgraded version is something that you're supposed to do the level 50 dungeons to like create yourself. But you don't have to because now they just hand it to you. Jesmu. Now we have Chaos Rust with that distinct harp-like sound. And we found... Oh boy. I don't know if I can safely do this, but here goes nothing. It's funny how those hunt marks can somehow make the world much more dangerous just by being in the way like that. And here we are back again. And some Gobyus are very territorial, and right away the Gobyu farmer returns looking for revenge from Lord Anasea. What did Drest have to say, Caetsu? Tell me everything. Well, he told me where to find it. Ah ha ha! I was right. This smell, this texture. I hold in my hands a Bacchus grapevine cutting. And there he comes. Come now, enough of this nonsense. I've heard talk of your discovery, and I refuse to believe that a common adventurer and a novice vintner could... 12 as my witness. It is a Bacchus grapevine. Wherever did you find this fantastic specimen? What? You would offer this to me? But why? There's none better positioned to reconstruct the Bacchus vineyards than you, Master Birkland. You have the resources, the knowledge, and the passion to do so. It would be selfish of me to keep this cutting. I never knew you cared so deeply about your craft. Thank you, good sir. I will not squander this gift. In just a few years' time, I swear that every tavern across Eorzea will once again be clamoring for a cask of Wineport's legendary Bacchus wine. Sir, you needn't... Wait. The shape of this bottle, the scent of this label, this couldn't possibly be... A 1547 Bacchus? But that's impossible! This vintage has not been seen since years before the calamity. It was the crown jewel of my personal collection. For years I debated opening it, wondering if today or tomorrow would be the ideal time, but now I realize it was never meant for me. Should be savored by the saviors of Wineport, I say. He has made us an offer we cannot refuse. Master Gekiruju will find no finer wine. You have forever changed Wineport, Caetsu. Thank you for your kindness and your generosity. But do not permit me to delay you any longer. Pray deliver the wine to Captain Waistgate. Well, yes, I would very much like to drink it, but I am a patient man. I have faith that one day I shall have another opportunity to taste perfection. Like, Adam Kisil is too small and too cute. Yeah. The tiny, tiny chocobo of a Lalafell. You would have taken another picture of her angry. I almost did. Oh, we're supposed to go back here. We might as well just teleport. I almost did. But we already have one, so... Hey, Wisegate.
Your prolonged absence was beginning to concern me, so what of the wine I asked you to bring? Is that 7 hells of 1547 Bacchus? Even I know how rare that is. I have to admit it, I didn't think you had it in you, but congratulations, Caetsu. Thanks to you, this will be the most luxurious feast Costa del Sol has seen in years. Considering the lengths you went to, I hope our guests appreciate it. Speaking of which, your associate arrived a short while ago. She appears to be growing somewhat impatient. Perhaps you could tell her that the banquet is about to begin?
I could. I don't think that's gonna make her any happier, Wisegate. You have a look of a woman who has been to the 7th hell and back. That a guest should be expected to supply the victuals for a banquet held in her own honor, and this while the shadow of Titan looms over us all. It beggars belief. I can only applaud your stoicism, and I've been asked to endure such ignominy. I fear I should have accepted my lot with less grace. Oh, unless you're a ninja warrior or do the level 50 raid, you never come back to Wineport. But it's good to see you save them.
Lady Stola, Lady Chaiji. 1,000 pardons for this extreme discourtesy. I was wholly unaware of your true identity, ma'am. Had I known, I would have never have permitted my man to subject you to such unspeakable ordeals.
Eh? Oh no, she must have sensed something was amiss.
You didn't seriously think I would send you running the length and breadth of Eorzea for a banquet, did you?
Spare her your mockery, Captain. Your intent was unclear to me until this moment, and unlike me, Eds has no knowledge of your traditions. Mayhap you would be so good as to enlighten her.
Aye, fair's fair. There's no sense hiding it any longer. We 5 were chosen by our brothers and sisters, and before the company of heroes disbanded, we each swore a solemn oath that any who would follow in our footsteps must be weighed and measured, not by their reputation, but by their deeds. Each man would judge these would-be godslayers by his own criteria. If even one found her wanting, she would be rejected without a second thought. But if she proved herself worthy, we swore that we would do our utmost to support her cause. The world has ever been full of brave souls eager to give their lives for a righteous cause, but all too few capable of making a difference with their sacrifice. To send wave after wave of hapless adventurers into the jaws of a foe against whom they have no hope of victory is worse than futile. Titan is not one to be challenged lightly, and we will not be complicit in the deaths of the unworthy.
Which is why the 5 of you deigned to test Caetsu with such commendable thoroughness. Time well spent, I'm sure, but tell us, Captain, what is the assessment of you and your fellows? She's a brave one, that much is certain. She willingly walked into the midst of danger, despite my repeated warnings that it could cost her her life. Her skill is undeniable. She stalked her prey as relentlessly as any child of the sands, and struck with precision when an opportunity presented itself.
Too many adventurers these days care only for fortune and glory. Caetsu, however, is a kind and generous soul, and I'm certain she has no shortage of loyal allies who will gladly fight at her side.
Why, Willie Uplander is talentful plantsmaker, tricksy foe for mighty rockman.
I can only concur with my colleagues' assessments. We 5 of the Company of Heroes hereby judge you a worthy challenger. Cast down the Lord of Crags, Caetsu Chaiji, and write a new chapter in the history of Eorzea.
Thanks. I think.
With the formalities out of the way, let the festivities begin. Summon the dancers, pour the wine. Eat, drink, and be merry, my friends, for today we celebrate the birth of a new legend. Caetsu Chaiji, Titan's Bane.
Caetsu Chaiji, Titan's Bane! I can unfortunately not replicate myself for that crowd. Hello?
Congratulations, sweetling. Now relax and enjoy the show. It's only just begun.
Thanks. Can I have food then? Nice. Welcome back, Pokeshack. Tasting the exotic feast triggers a divine revelation. In that brief, transcendent moment, you glimpse the true form of reality, comprehend its fleeting nature, and cry out to the heavens in celebration. Excellent. Powerful food. Hey, Shamani.
When you've faced a lot of cracks, think not of Limsa, Eorzea, or anything beyond this chamber. Think only of the men and women by your side. Fight for them, and they will fight for you. Remember that no great victory was ever achieved alone. Goodly Uplander must be facing mighty Rockman with clever fight, he think. Gobbiflock cannot be coming to rescue this time.
You didn't come to rescue last time either. Ah, Caetsu, you brave fool. Promise me that when you meet Titan, you'll look him in the eye and tell him Landinel sends his regards. Yeah, my candy tasted better, but thank you, I guess. It gives me actual visions. You are a veteran of countless battles, Caetsu. This is but one more. Trust in your experience, and you will prevail.
You are blessed with a fortitude to rival the Earth itself. Titan will struggle to break you, I think.
Thanks. You are kind to indulge him, Caetsu. This banquet is as much for the company as it is for you, whatever they may claim. I do not deny that they mean well, but now is scarcely the time for celebration. Though they have all but pronounced you the victor, the battle with Titan has yet to begin. The hour has come for the good captain to make good on his promise. We must speak with him again. And she just walks off screen. The cutscene isn't over, Stola. Hello?
You must be eager to face Titan. As promised, we will show you the way. Travel to Bronze Lake in Upper Lanacea. They will meet with Riel, another man who once served with the company. To ensure that this knowledge does not fall into the wrong hands, he will remain in hiding until you have given the correct signal. Give me your map. You must whistle loudly at the 3 locations I mark. Only then will he appear to meet you at this 4th location. I realize this may seem excessive now, but you will see that it is more than reasonable once you comprehend the risks inherent in our method.
Okay, so where are we in relation to that? Okay. Right. So we teleport to Wineport. And then we're almost there. Now the big question is how many levels above 50 will be by the time we reach the credits of A Realm Reborn. So far, our main quest is only level 33, so we're still somehow 17 levels ahead, and I ran the wrong way. My candies give me visions of the giant candy on the other Warrior of Light, like Get Good, Doritos 69, and XX Macchirito XX. Yeah, that sounds about right. You're betting on between 55 and 60. That could be. Well, one thing to keep in mind is that from level 49 to 50, the XP requirement is much lower than the XP requirement for level 50 to 51. So it might take a much longer time to gain a level. Like right now we're getting 28.5 thousand experience for a quest because of the road to 80. So that means that now we would have to do like 15 quests to level up once. So where's the third location that he's supposed to appear at? Is that up here then? Oh, it is. So it is. Looks like someone else at level 50 is at exactly the same quest as me. Greetings, lass. Might you be the one the captain said would come calling? I thought so. Pay attention now, cause I ain't explaining myself twice. And that's true, we're already a ways into level 50. Lord of Crags. Years ago, when we was weighing up how to get to Titan, one of our scouts stumbled across this beastman Aetheryte. See? What's that look for? Not familiar with him? He speaks of an unamplified Aetheryte, which has been claimed by a beast tribe. Lest you wonder, there's no fundamental difference between such Aetherites and those who you have used on countless occasions, Caetsu. Ah, well, if it ain't the Charlian lass. Welcome back. Forgive me for interrupting. I had planned to await your report, but I succumbed to curiosity. The tunnels beneath Ogomoro form a bewildering labyrinth that no outsider has ever fully explored. How the company of heroes managed to navigate it is a mystery I have long pondered. Ha! Give us a bit of credit, love. We weren't daft enough to try going in the front. The kobolds are always digging new tunnels and filling the old ones with traps. One wrong step, and the next thing you know, you've got 100 tons of rock on your noggin. So sad to even try, see? Funny thing was that the kobolds didn't seem to have no trouble finding their way around, and it was that has got us thinking. I mean, Ugamaro mines are like a bleeding city, ain't it? And getting around in a city that big would be a right pain in your ass if you didn't have an Ethernet, wouldn't it? So it stood to reason that the kobolds must have one, didn't it? Even if there were Aetherite shards in the depths of Ogomoro, you would have needed to attune yourselves to them before you could identify their signatures within the live stream. Ah, well, that's where you're wrong, love. We had this Charlian bloke to help us, see? Delivered us right into Titan's bedchamber, he did. I don't rightly know how he did it, but I do remember him saying it weren't nothing any Charlian scholar worth his salt couldn't manage. Did he now?
Locating a beacon in the absence of a known signature might be possible if the aetherites in question happen to be... Ah, yes, but in order to guide a traveler to said beacon safely, a second party would be required to... It is possible, in theory at least, yet I cannot be certain until I try. Plainly, all will depend upon whether or not I am worth my salt. Oh, you are, lass. Don't you worry about that. Have a bit of faith in yourself. Why don't we all go to Zelma's Run and take a closer look at the aetherite? It ain't far, though there's sure to be a few couples blocking the way. Not you can't handle mine. Hey, Lowell, how are you doing? It looks like we're just about to meet Titan, real soon. And Pokeshak says, Barono Dweller, Barono Dweller, Barono Dweller, Titan. That's really hard to say 3 times fast. As I said to my best friend when I realized that that was the actual lyrics of the song, that was exactly what I said. Someone said to Soken, try and say this 3 times fast, and he said, sure. Let's make a song about it. Beastman Aetherite. Oh, I should mention, Lowell, if you're interested, that I've put up a poll regarding what things you guys would like to see me stream in the future, which should be on my community page on YouTube, if you're interested. So this is the aetherite the company of heroes used to gain access to Titan's sanctuary. It is as Papalimo speculated. In its present state, this aetherite signal will not be strong enough for our purposes. I may, however, be able to use my own energies to amplify it. Alas, the task will monopolize my attention for the duration. It seems you will have to proceed without me, Kaetsu. I must needs remain here and supplement this beacon's power, lest you be denied your only path of escape. Okay. Fear not, I will summon the Maelstrom forces stationed nearby to protect us. With effort, it is possible that I may be able to stabilize the aetherite signal and thereby join you, albeit belatedly. Until such time as I do, you will be on your own. Now, let us see if I am worth my salt. I have located another beacon, one far below the mountain. I can only speculate as to what you will find there, so stint not in your preparation. Thank you, Lowell. This, for me, it is most important to hear from those that come to the, directly come to the streams, what you guys want to see. Not that I don't care about the people that don't really come much to the streams, because maybe they're casting their vote because they're saying what they would come to a stream for. But you guys that are here somewhat regularly are the people that are dealing with whatever ultimately is voted on in some capacity, right? Hey Snowdragon, how are you doing? And I didn't hear your response on that one yet, Lowell. Are you doing well as well? We're just about to go and fight Titan as a level 50. And speaking of which, maybe we should see if we can progress either some more hunting log or do our job quest. Where is it? Let's see if we can progress the job quest a little bit.
And Pokeshak says, by the way, it is curious because canonically, you do all these trials and dungeons only until Castrum. In Castrum, it is the first time that they mention that you bring adventurous friends. Yeah, that's true. You're technically going in completely alone and just magically people appear to assist you somehow. I'm glad to hear that, Lowell. You just woke up. Oh. Okay. Do you play on like the like the Japanese data center, Lowell? Or are you on the Australian one? Oh, 1 p.m. Okay, then I don't know where you are. Okay, you're in America. All right. I see one of my my best friend usually wakes up just around the time I go to bed, and they're like closer to Asia. Oh yeah, Pokeshak says it's Titus. Ha 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 ha. Snow Dragon, you say you found out you have a great love for Reaper. Well, I actually, of all the melee jobs, I actually really enjoyed playing Reaper when I was like mastering or practicing all of the jobs when I was making guides early on in Endwalker. If I were to raid, like in a Savage raid, and I had to be a melee, I do think Reaper would probably be the job that I would be most confident in playing of all the melee jobs in such a context. So I completely understand that you would like that. It's really flashy, and it's relatively straightforward in my opinion, and it's fun, and it brings a lot of things to the table for your team. You have some defensive tools that heal everyone, and you have your damage buff. Everything just makes sense. I completely understand that, Snow Dragon. That's awesome. Lozels, my sleeping schedule is lined up with Australian's time zone. Oh, I see. I do believe that Andromeda is in like Australia's time zones or something. They just tend to go to bed at absolutely insane times. Yeah, I do think that Pokeshak would. I think Pokeshak plays all jobs, so I'm actually 100% certain that I agree on that one, Snow Dragon. Pokeshak would love any job. That makes sense, Lowell. Do you play on the Australian data center then, or do the Australians play on the American data center with you? Or how does that work?
Impeccable timing, Caetsu. A message arrived from Estinian but moments ago. Much to my astonishment, he would trade words with us and bids us meet him at Boulder Downs. As to his true intentions, I cannot say. It may well be a trap, but we must go nonetheless. I trust I can count upon your company.
See? Pokeshak says you play all jobs except Sage and Reaper because you don't have Endwalker yet. Oh. Well, soon, Pokeshak. Soon, Pokeshak. And you will be able to experience it a little like I did, because I had every single job at max level, and then Endwalker came, and then I got to experience Reaper and Sage. You play mostly on your own. You hang out on Discord. The company is nice. Well, I'm glad to see you here, Lowell. That's really awesome. I actually know how that feels. Some years ago, when I was playing Monster Hunter World, my entire play group that I played Monster Hunter World with was entirely Americans, which meant that they typically would come on to play like near what would be considered a reasonable bedtime for me. But because I was working on my master thesis at the time, I could just choose to stay up really, really late, which I don't recommend that. Do as I say, not as I do. Don't do that, the thing that I did. But that meant that once I started focusing more back on my studies, I ran into the issue that I had no friends to play with. Because they would be away when I was available, and I would be away when they were available. That really is like, if you enjoy having them to play with, like how you have it now, then that's all that matters. But it still is a shame that you can't play with your friends because they're in a completely different time zone. You are in the Siren data center. Oh wait, Siren server. Or is it a data center? I don't know, I actually have very little overview of the other data centers, I'll be completely honest. Oh, by the way, Snowdragon, I also mentioned this to Lowell when they came. I have a poll up on my community page on YouTube where I'm asking what kind of streams you guys would like to see. I don't know if you've seen it, but I would love to see your input as well, Snowdragon. You should be able to visit any American data center, Pokeshack. Like, you should be able to visit a data center and thus a server, so if you're both on an American one, then you should be able to play together.
Greetings. Greetings, Master. It has been too long. Estinian, end this folly at once. You must know that each second the eye passes outside Ishgard's walls brings us closer to a repeat of the tragedy of 20 summers past. Surrender yourself and the eye, and return with me to Ishgard before it is too late.
No.
But it is already too late, Master, for you see, Nidhogg has already awakened. What? Hear me, Master. You've mistaken the cause of the dragon's return. The eye is not to blame. A premonition came to me by virtue of the dragon within, warning me that the great worm would soon rouse. Even as he slumbered, Nidhogg seethed with irrepressible rancor for that wound of 20 years ago. That rancor will send him flying as a speeding arrow to Ishgard, whereupon death and devastation will ensue. But there is a possible solution. Were the eye taken to a remote land far from the Holy See, then, and only then, could destruction be averted and the lives of innocent Ishgardians be spared. You mean to make a bait of yourself? Nay, there's more to this than you let on. You seek vengeance for Ferndale. To me, the two are one and the same. You know my past better than any else. It was for no other reason than to avenge my family that I became a dragoon. Dragons long outlive men, and do not soon forget the wrongs done them. What grudge they harbor burns as a fire in their hearts, over time swelling into an unquenchable inferno. You need only look back on history to see that Nidhogg grows stronger with each awakening. When last he darkened our skies, the great worm came within a hair's breadth of laneways to Ishgard. Naught short of death will prevent him from completing his mission. When next he wakes, Nidhogg took everything from me. Now I shall take everything from him, even if it means my life. The eye works in ways men can ill comprehend, but this much is plain. In choosing two Azure Dragoons in one generation, it means for us to join together in common cause. Adventurer, you have heard my resolution. Now I ask that you lend me your power. Aye, the power of the dragon. In the long and proud history of Ishgard, never before have two Azure Dragoons arisen in the same era to fight as one. This is our best, nay, our only chance to send the Great Worm to eternal slumber. Behold my armor. This is the Draken mail, forged in the lifeblood of dragons. As blood calls to blood, so too does the armor call to the dragon within, redoubling the wearer's strength thereby. If you would realize your potential as an Azure Dragoon, you must needs clad yourself in the same. Clad so, you will inherit the technique passed from Azure Dragoon to Azure Dragoon down through the generations. Then, and only then, will your training be complete. But first, you must win the Dragon Mail as I and Zelbreak did before you, by proving yourself worthy in the ultimate trial of the Azure, a series of battles so harrowing as to send the unworthy to an early demise. Master, once the adventurer acquires the armor, pray see to it that she learns to harness the power of the dragon in full. Justinian, wait! Save your worries. I do not mean to make myself easy prey for dragons. I take my leave of you.
Please finish the cutscene right now, because I have a feeling that Titan might be looming. Oh, well, Pokeshack, if you're both in American data centers, you can visit each other. Let's see. Okay, Snowdragon found the pole. Awesome. Super awesome. I didn't take a picture. I feel like it wouldn't be the thing that our story would be about. But I was very focused on reading really fast, as you could see. Voice acting speedrun. Can you see? If I hadn't read really fast, this would have happened mid cutscene. I realized my mistake when I had already started reading. Yeah. You're from different data centers of NA.
Look, an overdweller. Yes, an invader from above. She uses our aetherites against us. She has defiled Titan's sacred sanctuary. Trespassed, violated, defiled. Overdwellers must leave. Overdwellers must fly. Brothers and sisters, fear her not. Her fate shall be decided by the Lord of Cracks. Hear me, Overdweller. You and your treacherous brethren must be held to account for the breaking of the covenant. You shall be first to face judgment, then Limsa and her oathbreakers, liars, betrayers, oathbreakers. Oh, great Father, Lord of Cracks, Titan, we summon you. Titan, we summon you. Oh, great Lord, great Father, Lord of Cracks, Titan, we summon you. Titan, we summon you.
Apparently they're making pull timers. I'm not here. Sorry friends, but I'm watching a cutscene. Luwil and Pokeshack, you should be able to play with each other. I'll talk about it after this boss fight, alright? Because you should be able to play with each other. I'm not sure if there's some limitations as a trial player, but if Luwil has a paid account, then it should be possible. Guaranteed.
He's come, the Lord of Cracks. Titan is come.
Overdweller, art thou deaf to their weeping? Thy vile kind coveteth ever the blessing of the land, and murdereth my children by the score, all in service to greed. Such sins are beyond pardon. Ah, but I am not the first to suffer thy defiance. Thou didst bring Ifrit low.
You just know that, huh? I smell like Ifrit.
Godless Overdweller, thy myriad heresies shall not go unpunished. Upon thee shall I wreak a terrible vengeance.
Let's go. Ow. Can't remember how many mechanics are in him in this version. Oh, there's even a proximity AoE marker now. That's new. Guys, should I use elusive jump now? What I will do is I'll do the jump back into battle. Like this. I don't believe they changed anything about Titan here. But I might be wrong.
Dweller, Titan. Dweller, Dweller, Titan. Dweller, Titan.
It's like a legendary song. Somehow. It has become. We're not even gonna get limit break. See, Pokeshak says, I really like rat children, and that's why the Rigadan told you to beat rats. He taught you to fight against Titus.
The Lord of Cracks! Great Father Titan has fallen!
1v1 me, Titan. A crystal. Yoink. I think it'll taste like oranges.
Do a flip!
You smell like a bowl of noodles to the bowl of Ifrit. Yeah, that's true, Lowell. They made a lot of small change. I really think that it's a good touch that they added an actual proximity AoE there, because it should have been there all along.
The crimes of the Overdwellers shall never be forgiven, never be forgotten. No, no, never! 'Twas your kin who broke the covenant. We have acted only in defense of our lands.
That's true.
Cease your aggression, or never will there be peace. Until our dying breaths, we shall defy you, deny, decry, defy.
I actually think that that's a really, really unfortunate set of circumstances that actually Limsa Lominsa were the ones that screwed up. Now, these are the readings for one would expect of an icon. I've seen enough. We proceed as planned.
Are you sure that is wise, my lord? Your curiosity is untested and unproven. We do not yet know its true capabilities.
Then trust in mine, Rithatin. My curiosity, as you so eloquently put it, would have bested Titan in the blink of an eye. Why, if there be truth to the legends, it could readily subjugate the whole of Eorzea, given but a little while longer. Is that not so?
It is. No greater single power has ever been conceived, much less realized.
What you say may well be true, but while such devices may win battles, I do not believe they will serve to change the course of this war. Oh, but they will. Have a little faith, my friend. I cannot endorse this course of action. Never in everything you've played have I seen them say how that pack was broken. Yeah, exactly. They don't exactly explain how.
Fool!
They don't explain how it was broken, but basically it means that they trespassed on the rat people's territory, basically.
And now she has a fourth. Fascinating. Carry on, Crystal Bearer. Far though you have come, your work is far from done.
Oh, hello. And not remain to mark his passing. While the Asians are nothing if not elusive, it is of little wonder that they should cast advanced teleportation magics at will. But that they would choose to consort with the Empire?
What common goal could they possibly share? Well, funny story. Oh, more cutscene. I feared I might arrive too late, but I see you had the matter well in hand. I've taken measures to ensure that we are not pursued, yet I cannot say how long they will hold. Take your leave while the kobolds are still in disarray. I will follow on. There's something I must investigate before I depart. I will teleport you to the Aetheryte in Zelma's Run, and we will rendezvous at Camp Bronze Lake. Agreed? Okay. I'm still in the dungeon, aren't I? Okay. So. They look in trouble. I'll help. Okay, so Lowell and Pokeshack. If you're both on American data centers, then data center travel should allow you to visit each other. Since I'm in game, I can't show you how. The way you do data center travel is, so you log into the game, so you reach the character select. So where you select your character, instead of just clicking the character, left click and clicking enter world, you right click your character, and in the drop down menu you can choose data center travel, and then you can travel to each other's American data centers, because these things are region locked. That's the important bit here. But you can visit from American to American data center. And then you can just choose to visit the same specific world of each other. There's going to be some things that you can't do when you're visiting a data center, but you can do like most things. The exception is I don't think you can talk with your free company, for instance. But you can even buy things from the market board if you like, while you're on a different data center. I would recommend you test it, because you should be able to. If you can't, then like I'm pretty sure you both have subscriptions, right? So you both should have a quote-unquote full account. Not that I think that matters. I'm pretty sure trial accounts can use data center travel as well. But I would say try it. You should be able to play together. You really should be able to. It would be weird if you can't. I'm relieved to see you will, but come, let us discuss our next step. Did it work, Pokeshack? Oh, we got better mount speed in Outer Lanocea and Upper Lanocea. Yeah, it takes a while, but it can be done. That's the important bit. You can play together. Though word will already have reached Maelstrom Command, protocol requires that a representative of our order inform the High Commander of the mission's success. The honor is rightfully yours, Caetsu. Once again, I must commend you on a job well done. We shall speak again soon. You heard the content will be limited. I mean, I have heard that too, but I don't know what that would be. I don't know how it would be limited. Let's continue on the Dragoon quest line for now, I think. And see if we can get a little further. The reason why I say I'm not sure is because what things would Pokeshack not be able to do on a different data center? I know that he might not be able to access his summoning bells, so no retainers, but you can access the market board. You can even trade with people. You can trade with people, and you can do like pretty much all content in the game, even on a different data center.
So I don't actually know what limitations you would face. If I'm going to be completely honest, I don't know. Also, a funny little thing, I think Lowell and Snowdragon might have missed it, but earlier when we were doing the quest line with Shamani, with the vineyard and all that, there was some times where I went a little bit silent. That was because I saw some data, like my analytics data, and it said some weird things. It was worded in a funny way. Instead of saying that they had miscalculated views on certain days, they said that the views are too low. Like it was said as if it was my fault. So I sat there confused. But I think I figured out that it's just a weird translation. There's a little mini behind the scenes thing there. It's just funny. But yeah, I was looking at that like too low. What do you mean by that? I didn't do anything. Anyway. Estinian. Forgive me, I was deep in thought. Now then, as to acquiring the armor of which Estinian spoke. At first, it was my intention to bequeath mine own armor to you. I am an assured dragoon no longer, and its powers are wasted on me. It would be simple enough to hand it over to you and complete your training right here and now. But it is as Estinian said, the dragon armor is no ordinary set of mail. Its strength derives from the dragon blood whence it came, the blood's power resonating with the soul of the wearer. Though I can no longer draw upon mine own armor's power, its bond to me was forged years ago. Were I to bestow it on you now, I fear it would offer but a scintilla of the protection it afforded me in those bygone days. Aye, Estinian has the right of it. You must claim your armor as he did, and I did, before you. You must complete the trials of the Azure, that the powers of the dragon blood be yours and yours alone. The ogre's belly will be where your final test begins. I shall dispatch Sir Brusemont there. Seek him out upon your arrival. So I think what we're going to be doing is that we'll progress on this Dragoon quest and then maybe finish on doing a little bit more of the main quest so that we actually have a relevant finish. So that we have a cool picture for next stream as well. Now, if only we had gotten mount speed in Coerthas instead, huh? Pokeshag is it seems like Pokeshag is waiting for you at the Arcanist Guild, Lowell. A photo on top of the whale. Well, I couldn't do that because I'm always the driver. I mean, like, for instance, if we were to like just to try and get a fitting picture for what we're doing next. Not that this stream's picture was the most relevant thing in the world, but I mean, that was a hit and a miss at the same time, right? Took the good picture and then missed. Did you make sure that you landed on the correct server on the correct data center? I'm just asking in case Lowell can't see you. Hey, Brusemont? You've grown strong since we last met, adventurer, but you pale in comparison with your Azure forebears. If you would prove me wrong, let your lands do the talking. An unspeaking swordsman. Bonk. Ow. King's Will. Hey Brusamong. Once again, adventurer, you prove yourself worthy beyond my expectations. Take this, but know that your trial has only just begun. Your next challenge lies in the chamber beyond. Sir Houston awaits you there. Can I have beer? Pants. We'll equip these. Those are a massive item level upgrade. Those are worth it. Hawker's Round. So, Pokeshack, if you open your map and zoom in like a lot, they'll start to show like subtitles to the areas, so you can see Arcanist Guild is here. If we follow the path down this way, then this circular area between the two halves of the Hawker's Alley is called Hawker's Round. Hello, Destiny. You, a foreigner, would don the Dragon armor? Then prove to us that you will not do it dishonor. Fight this thing. It's a giant captive. How is that a test of might? That's so random. I don't know what you guys can't play together, Lowell. I would actually be relatively confident that you would have a hard time finding something you can't do together. You can trade with each other. You can add each other as friends even. The few things Pokeshack won't be able to do is join your free company, for instance. That's not an option. So I don't know. I actually don't know. Both because the feature is quite new, but also because I think it's such a specific thing that I don't know what you can't do. Well, you're dancing right now. That is certainly something that you can do. Sir Elbrick said the Eye had chosen you, and it would appear he speaks true. The armor's yours. Wear it with pride and honor. Your trial is nigh complete, but be forewarned, maybe many before you have made it this far, only to fall at the final challenge. Do not let overconfidence be your downfall. Gloves! Those are some cool gloves. You know, as I recall, the White Mage version of this quest is really brutal because you have to go all over the world for it or something, or all over the Black Shroud at least. Meanwhile, here we just go down a path. Hey, Bruisemong again. So you've made it this far. Very well. Prove yourself worthy of the Azure, or die in the effort. It's another captive. Well, that's a positive off of the simple fact that some of you can't play with me, is that on the bright side you can play amongst each other. You have demonstrated your powers to me beyond a doubt. Aye, there's not an Ishgardian who would gainsay your right to don the armor of dragons. I shall send word ahead to Sir Elbrick that you have passed your trials here. It is he who will present you with the 4th piece of armor and consummate your training. Go now, my fellow Dragoon, and deliver this land from the Great Worm's wrath. Boots. Boots. This looks like a really funny outfit right about now. It's gonna look even sillier if he's gonna hand us the helmet. But I think we're going to have to visit a city to glamour that up. Otherwise, this is just going to be silly. Are you leveling a lot of jobs, Lowell? Can't make up your mind on who to main. Well, you don't have to main anything necessarily. If you're doing really hard content at max level, then there would probably be a good reason to choose something to main. But if you're not doing the hardest content in the game, then you can play a different job every single day if you want. And yeah, if you're both leveling a lot of jobs, you could just do roulette together, you two. Hey, Alberic. I hear from Sir Brusemont that you performed most impressively. Yes, I stand more convinced than ever that you will be the one to save our land. Yet, be warned, Caetsu, one last trial awaits you. You will face this trial in the presence not of knights, but of ghosts. Make your way towards the Steel Vigil and seek out a gravestone north and west of the structure. Take with you this flute, and when you have reached your destination, blow a single strong note. A visitor shall soon arrive. Entertain your guest, and should he leave behind a present, return it here to me. Bookjack says, if you look my search info, you can see I main all jobs. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Sizzix, how are you doing? I got my Dragoon to level 50 faster than you. Well, leveling your secondary jobs takes a lot more, like, you have to actively go out of your way to do it, while your first job, like, sort of just magically makes it there. Meanwhile, while your main quest is 16 levels behind you because reasons. So don't worry about that. As long as you're having fun. We're trying to get the Draken armor right now, but we're probably not... I don't know if we're gonna use it. Right now we're just wearing it because we haven't been in a city. Oh yeah, and Sizzix, as I've also mentioned to everyone else coming in, I have a poll going on my community page on YouTube right now, where you can vote on what you would like to see me stream in the future. In addition to this, of course, this is not something that's going out because of the other things that I'm suggesting, but I just wanted to mention it in case you're interested in casting your vote on what you'd like to see. A dragon. Sort of a dragon, I guess. We managed to use our paralysis heal effect that we picked up like 50 quests ago. And then we teleport back again. Yeah, exactly. Finally, a paralysis. Oh yeah, finally, not only finally a paralysis enemy, finally a paralysis enemy that doesn't miss. Thank you, Sizzix. The good news is that the things that you have been seeing, like mainly this series of playing the main quest, is something that we're doing regardless of how the poll turns out. And the poll is more to gauge what guy, like actually it's the poll is more to gauge what you guys wouldn't like to see more so than what you would like to see, because there's a lot of people that are interested in different things. And because what people are interested in seeing can change, it makes sense to ask somewhat regularly. But it does sound like the idea that I was talking with some friends about of streaming mount farms is very, very popular, which I'm really glad, because I was not sure if people would find it super interesting to watch me play with my friends. Plus you guys, those of you that are actually on a European data center. For now, the day where we have worldwide data center travel is gonna be a glorious day.
Your presence before me indicates you've seen to the visitor. Have you aught to show for your deeds?
Yes, apparently.
Ah, the Skull of Grey Wine, old warrior of the Devonian Horde. It's said that in ages past he could bring down a castle with a single breath. His strength has dwindled since those days, but a dragon past his prime is a formidable foe nonetheless. In slaying him, you have proven yourself worthy of this. You now possess 4 pieces of the armor that Estinian, myself, and our forebears did wear. While you doubtless wonder about the 5th, I can tell you only that it is not mine to give. Fear not, however, your triumphs in the trials and against the dragon of the Horde give evidence that Drakenblood now resonates with yours. Yes, stand before me as prepared for your ultimate challenge as any could be. And yet, before we proceed, I would hear it from your own lips. The Great Worm's power is the stuff of legends. Have you truly resolved to fight this battle, to risk your own life, to deliver a foreign land from the clutches of its ancient foe? When you are certain that your mind is settled, return and speak to me.
And we have the hat. That's actually pretty cute. This kind of works, doesn't it? It almost sort of works. We didn't learn Spine Shatter Dive yet, though.
So you would join your strength to Estinians, that Ishgard might be free from the rage of the Great Worm forevermore? Then I shall honor my promise. You shall have full use of your powers by the time we are done. Before we begin, there's something I must needs confess. You will recall the tale of my battle with Nidhogg 20 years past, and how the power of the dragon left me on account of the injuries I sustained. What I said was an untruth. The power did not abandon me, Caetsu. It was I who abandoned it. Being derived from our mortal enemies, the power of the Azure Dragoon is a double-edged sword. Even as it lends us the strength we need to smite dragons, it heightens our communion with the creatures, rendering our minds more susceptible to their seduction than ordinary men. Even as I buried my lance in Nidhogg's flesh, our gazes locked, and mine eyes met then with a look that would fair impale a man. In that instant, I found myself assailed by a torrent of emotions not mine own. Sorrow, rancor, pity. They threatened to drown the man in me and leave behind a dragon. Fearing that I might turn traitor, I chose to purge myself of the power that the Eye had bestowed upon me. Thus regaining lucidity, I was able to rout the grievously wounded Nidhogg. Alas, countless of his brethren yet remained. As if to mock me, they fell upon Ferndale with a vengeance. Bereft of my power, it was all I could do to save but one child. Nary a soul knows of this, nay, not even Estinian, but I can keep him in the dark no longer. At our last meeting, Estinian said that protecting Ishgard and exacting revenge upon Nidhogg are as one to him. That frame of mind, I fear, may well lead to his demise. The desire to protect and the desire to avenge are opposing forces that can ill be reconciled. Worse, the latter serves only to cloud his sense of self. When next Estinian and I meet, I intend to confess all, though it means the loss of his good opinion. The outcome of the coming battle, and his very life, may well depend upon his readiness to relinquish his powers. Never allow yourself to forget the origin of your strength. Ever does the dragon lurk behind your eyes, biding its time, ready to claim you for its own. Aught less than complete conviction, and you will find yourself in its vice-like clutches. So forewarned, let us return to our present endeavor. My promise to Estinian was that I would impart unto you the technique that will mark you as a true Azure Dragoon. If you would know the truth, however, this knowledge is not within my power to bestow. No, you must claim the technique much as you claimed the 4th piece of the armor you bear, by proving yourself in battle with the dragons whose power you would unite with your own. I entrust you with this flute once more. Take it to the southwest of Providence Point, and blow a single note. By locking wills with your adversary and prevailing, you will prove yourself worthy to champion the cause to which your lance is sworn. The dragon within you shall then awaken.
Oh no, you're frozen in Circus Tower. Now you are at the mercy of whether someone else will direct a fireball to you. And let's just say that the success rate of that varies greatly. Hopefully you're frozen near someone. It says up? Oh no. I ran the wrong way, guys. I'm hoping that maybe we can beat even the level 50 quest before we finish. So that we can finish with a Dragoon armor set. Full set. That would be nice. We're gaining like 20 item levels on the armor pieces we replace here. Destination. And what are we fighting? That looks more like a dragon to me. But it seems a lot easier than the last one. There we are. Back to Alberic. Fun fact, you can't die from fall damage if you're not in combat. Nevertheless, it always scares me so much to use that fact. And then we get Steel Spine Shatter Dive. So finally we have a gap closer. That isn't elusive jump. Force of Fear. Is that, I believe that's a dungeon unlock, isn't it? Hey, Alberic. It's good to see you safely returned. I take it from your bearing that the engagement went favorably. You left this place as a woman, Caetsu, but you return as a dragon. There's no more for me to teach you. From here, your battle is yours and yours alone. Now, you might recall me saying that the fifth and final piece of the dragon armor was not mine to give. However, that's not wholly true. I could guide you in the direction of that which you seek. That said, I yet have reservations. The sheer power of the dragon housed within is such that a great many of your Azure forebears, myself among them, have proven hopelessly incapable of wielding it. But I do not doubt what I see. Within you has awakened a strength that forever eluded the likes of me. If you're not worthy of wearing the armor, then I know none who are.
Remember my warning to you, Kaetsu, and heed it well. Nidhogg is a lord among his kind. Aught less than complete conviction, and you will surely fall under his thrall. Before you can master your foe, you must needs master yourself. Hone your lance arm until it can bear no further honing, and then present yourself to me. When the time has come, I will tell you what you need to know. I look forward to our next meeting, my young Padawan, my young Dragoon.
Spine shall die, get. Ta-da! That goes here. And we're ready to get the quest. The Dragon Mail.
Ah, Kaetsu, an urgent message arrived from Astinian in your absence. He bids you come at once to the Steel Vigil. It would seem Nidhogg is on the move, and rather sooner than we had anticipated. It appears you have not yet fully become master of the dragon within you, and yet we are racing against time. I fear we have no choice but to do battle to the best of your current abilities, and without the Dragon Mail I promised. Now, let us away. Astinian must know the truth of Ferndale, lest he fall for the Great Worm's seduction.
It's a really funny thing that Nidhogg and all this battle in Ishgard is presented in the Dragoon quest line long before you even have an opportunity to be in Ishgard. Whoops. I can't even remember how this quest plays out, not even in the slightest. I feel like I can remember going here, but the thing is, you go here in relation to a Reaper quest line too, I believe. So I might be remembering that one and then mixing them up. But I'm not entirely sure. This feels familiar somehow. Also, now that I think about it, it might not be the smartest move to show up to level 50 quest with a level 34 weapon. Ah, it'll be fine.
Alberic, I have waited long for this day. You, who fancy yourself an Azure Dragoon, the man whose cause you have taken for your own is a coward. He relinquished the power of the dragon of his own volition and watched as Ferndale burned. Do you not think it ironic that I was chosen Azure Dragoon? I, an orphan who has naught of value to protect in Ishgard. I suppose I must give thanks, for it was the eye that revealed to me the truth, a truth so damning as to undo the lifetime of trust. I loved you as a father, but I can ill forgive you for Ferndale. As I understand it, you've kept even the Archbishop in the dark regarding the missing eye. Do you mean to take your shame to your grave? But I waste my breath. Prepare yourself, old man, for I shall lay waste to all the things you hold dear, and once I'm finished with you, I shall do what no Azure Dragoon has succeeded in doing. I shall claim Nidhogg's head. Calm yourself, Estinian. Your rage renders you vulnerable to the dragon's influence.
It's okay, I'll waddle in front and fight.
Kaetsu. In you, I thought I had found kindred, someone beside whom I could fight the Great Worm. It is with a heavy heart that I relinquish that dream. Your affection for this coward has rendered you deaf to your own destiny. Very well. That we would one day cross Lantis was inevitable from the moment of our first meeting. As we shall now find out who is the Eye's true chosen, there can be only one.
Thought you would have problems with the internet. No, it seems like it worked out fine, from the sounds of you. Now we have the big boss battle. Is this the only part in this quest? And this is excellent timing. And he has Heartstopper as well. Cool. Now if only I had Heartstopper. Oh, we're getting automatic healing. That's why it's this easy. Sky Dragon Dive. Oh, it leaves fire on the floor. And he's moving slow. What? Just randomly an eye spawns. Whoops, I should not have used the dot on that target. Oh well, it's fine. He has two buffs at the same time that makes all of his attacks do critical damage. Huh. Bokshak says, return to that place with the missions of... oh yeah, that's true. Astrologians go here as well. Ralu? Oh, you're still here, Ralu. I keep wondering if you're gone because you're always so quiet. But I'm glad that you're still enjoying the stream. You say this battle has been intense. Yeah, it is actually really long, surprisingly.
Feeble creature, dost thou desire power? Look to thine anger and to thy hatred. It is there that thou shalt find it. O mighty Nidhogg, Lord of Dragons. Grant unto me thy blood, that I might be granted the claws and fangs wherewith to rend thine enemies.
Oh no. There are round 2 to this battle?
Caetsu, this is impossible. It cannot be.
Huh? What? I do not understand what happened there. We became tall. We really you grew up. Correct. I harnessed the power of the dragon and became tall.
Forgive me, Estinian. I have failed you once again. I am fine, Caetsu. Somewhat shaken, but otherwise all of body. Suffice it to say, I have much to reflect upon. Let us return to the observatorium.
Okay.
Hey man, did you see how it grew like 7 feet? You see that?
Ooh. Dang it. I was really hoping that the quest would just teleport me back. It would make sense. He said we were it looked like we were going back together. So it made sense if we would, you know, return together. Yeah, some Kaetsu lore. Am grown. When the tooth picker charges her dragon powers, she become big. I think it would be extremely unusual for someone to specifically do this quest just before they go to Ishgard. Pray not. But the good news are that this quest wasn't as long as I thought it would be. Smol when is not Sassy Lost Child in the future. Yes! It was future Kai. When the being of darkness closed upon us, you appeared to me the spitting image of Haldra, the dragon's eye, just as he is depicted in the Holy Scriptures. I thought that mayhap the years had taken their toll on my mind, but behold, the soul of the Dragoon shines as it never did in all the years I bore it. It would seem you have achieved that which was thought impossible. You have awakened to the ability that none but the first Azure Dragoon possessed. Truly, a momentous achievement. I can still scarce believe that you were able to summon the selfsame dragon mail worn by Haldrath. To think that it had been sealed within the soul crystal all this time. I have borne witness to many and more wonders over the years, yet none compares to you, my young Padawan, my young Dragoon. Could it be that you are? Mark not my mutterings. I'm certain that it was your indomitable sense of justice that resonated with the spirit of the first Dragoon, Azure Dragoon, prompting him to bestow the armor upon you. Yes, that is doubtless what happened. As the being of darkness faded, so too did Nidhagg's aura subside, and now is kind of ceased their stirring. Whether this was compelled by your awakening, I cannot say. I suspect we will learn the truth of it eventually. Estinian, my dear boy, whatever becomes of him, he will ever be as a son to me. I pray that he is somewhere out there still, and that he has not wholly forgotten the great man he once was. When that darkness brushed against me, the selfsame torrent of emotions swept over me as those I experienced 20 summers past. But there was something else besides. There was a voice, and it lamented the rift that divides dragons and men. You will come to comprehend what I speak in due time. Till then, Kaetsu, I pray that you will never use your newfound strength in the name of justice. Yes. Dragonfire Dive. This concludes the Dragoon quests for Final Fantasy XIV, Our Realm Reborn. In order to undertake the next series of quests, you must first meet the following requirements. You must have completed the main scenario quest before the dawn. Once you have done so, the next Dragoon quest will be available from Elberic. Yoo-hoo! And how does this look? We're basically telling the enemies where to hit us. That's what we have. But more importantly... Yeah! Now the bad news are that you can't die this, so we will kind of, you know, have to use our glamour blade again. Thank you, Ralu. And Pokejack says, is that really with that ending? I think that this is very dead. Yeah, this glam really needs some pink, but we literally can't, unfortunately. So now we have Dragonfire Dive. Normally, I put that on my third action bar, so that does in fact mean that we have now advanced to the 3 action bars. I'll put that here. There. And there. There we are. Now we're getting somewhere. We were going there, that's true. Yeah, Smol with keyboard to the 3rd power. We're getting more powerful. We have more things to press. Oh, we can make the glamour good again. Look, now we're cute again. Yet we're like 3 times as powerful as we were before. We just need a new weapon and some new jewelry.
Thank you for coming, Caetsu. Word of your triumph reached me some while ago, but I'm pleased to have it personally confirmed. First Ifrit and now Titan. Truly, when I think of your achievements, I feel the loss of the Warrior of Light less keenly, and there can be no greater compliment than that. You and your order are heroes. The people of Limsa are forever in your debt. I shall relay the details of your report to the Admiral forthwith. Please send my regards to the Science of the 7th Dawn.
Clap, clap. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Pokejack. Now Smol is perfect again. Oh, Minfilia, are you gonna say the magic word?
Caetsu, this is Minfilia. Y'shtola has informed me of your success. You have won a great victory for the people of Eorzea, one that shall not be forgotten. And what is more, both you and Y'shtola emerged from Okomoro unscathed. Why, Tatara and the others seemed as glad of that as they did of Titan's fall. You can look forward to a hero's welcome. We'll be awaiting your return at the Waking Sands. There's much to discuss. Godspeed. Back to the Waking Sands, it seems. I was actually checking if we could dye the dragon armor, because if we could, I could probably get a friend to help me transport some of my mains cherry pink dye over here. And dye it. But it's not even an option. Unfortunately, it's not even an option. It would have been look really nice, I think. Wait. Wait, what? You hear that commotion just now? What in the 7 hells were they doing in there? Wrestling a paste? You look like the adventurous type. Mind taking a quick look? Sure. You guys are partying too hard. Or not? This is sad moment time. Oh dear. Noraxia, no! No! This one is glad. Walking one is safe.
Noraxia
Awaiting
village.
your return at the Waking Sands. There is much to discuss. Godspeed. Thank heaven she is safe. Louis Soir, do you see? Your light shines brightly in this one, and in time it will illuminate the realm once more. Oh!
We have come for the one who slayed Ifrit and Titan. Bring her forth, and you may yet know mercy.
Confound it. Stay out of sight. I would leave a message with you. I surrender myself, on the condition you spare the innocents.
Conditions? There speaks the Supreme Sire. I'll grant you have courage, but you would be better served by armor.
Search all you will. The one you seek is not here.
So it would seem.
And yet you knew to look here. But how?
Hold that thought.
Oh.
No!
Conditions of surrender denied.
Cease at once!
Have you not done enough?
Perhaps. Enough. We must away. Though we have not found our quarry, the High Priestess of the Scions should suffice for now. They say she also possesses the Echo. I cannot wait to hear her scream. I said enough!
What?
We leave. Bring the prisoners.
That's a very brutal way to say enough.
Walking one, Minfilia, as this one too? In case Walking One returned, this one was to say, a church in Eastern Fenalan, Walking One must claim sanctuary. This one tried to protect Walking One Minfilia from Imperial ones. Forgive this one. Save. No!
Yeah, that is a really good point, Bojack. Incidentally, we went for a massive side quest exactly when there was like a time frame in the actual story where we weren't available, which was what caused the problem. Poor Naraxia got dragon kicked real hard.
Such devastation. This was not my intention. Is something troubling you, my child?
Finally, someone that addresses me correctly. Ah.
You have the look of one who has endured great suffering. If there's anything I can do to help, anything at all, you need only ask. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Curse my enemies, Father! Call down divine vengeance upon those who butchered my friends. The wild roses are dead, Father, and I know not what to do.
I think that's the one.
The wild roses. I see. You may speak freely here. We are all friends of the Scions.
So Titus and Haha Brea duo. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! How could this have happened? That's a really sad time to have that laugh. That's a very inappropriate.
And you are certain that Minfilia was among those taken by the Garleans? Let us pray no further harm comes to them. You may stay here for as long as you wish. It is the least I can do for a friend of Minfilia's. I have known her since she was but a child. Well, I do recall the day of our first meeting. I swore then to do everything in my power to support her, and I will gladly offer the self-same service to her brother and sister Scions. So please, no matter what you require, you need not hesitate to ask. Marquise, would you come here for a moment?
Yes, Father?
If you require assistance, pray speak with Marquise. He is a trifle shy, but I assure he means well. I should explain, Marquise is a survivor of the Battle of Cartano. Alas, his experiences took a terrible toll upon his mind. Had we not taken him into our care, he would surely have perished in the desert. Marquise, I want you to look after Caetsu. Do you understand?
Yes, Father.
And he looks at me.
Thank you, Ralu. Yeah, I'm guessing that this church prays to, like, because it's in Thanalan, I would guess that it prays to Nalthal, right? Maybe? I don't know. Marquise? Marquise? You can't take it with you. Level 34 weapon, but we have that. Excuse me, Caetsu, do you have a moment? It concerns this broken horologe, which was found in the pocket of a man brought here for burial. There's something familiar about it, but just what I cannot say. Perhaps if I tinker with the device, it would come to me. However, I lack the proper tools to do so. I would ask that you journey to Camp Drybone in my stead to obtain a bull-point chisel and a pair of needle-nose pincers. They are often used by goldsmiths, so perhaps they would be the best people to ask. Of course, I do not expect you to foot the bill. Here, take this coin purse. That should cover it. Marquise, you say? You sure about that? Are you sure about that? A bull-point chisel, you say? And a pair of needle-nose pincers. Those things don't come cheap, you know. Well, you see, I have money. Those balls. I mean, yes, that should be sufficient payment. Nice doing business with you. Hey Makoto, how are you doing today? We've so far, on this stream we beat Titan, by the way. So now we're here. Talking with Marquise, who's absolutely Marquise and not anyone else. Have you brought the tools I requested? Yeah, as I mentioned previously, and now I also mentioned to you, Makoto, on my community page on YouTube, there's a poll regarding what you guys would like to see me stream in the future. And would love to have you also put your opinion on it, if you want. Something occurs to me. Please wait here for a moment. It was for naught. Though I repaired the device easily, this sensation that stirs within me remains a mystery. But how? How did I do it? These hands, my hands, they move with a mind of their own, deftly manipulating the clockwork mechanisms. There was no doubt or uncertainty. I knew exactly what to do, as though I had performed the same motions countless times before. Pardon me, Kaitsu. This was a mistake. Please give the horologe to Sister Illumined. The man who once owned it is currently in her care, and I think it's best that it be returned to him. Oh, I appreciate that, Makoto. I believe Pokeshack said the same thing. What you can do is you can leave a comment specifically saying that. You can also like Pokeshack's comment saying that. Otherwise, I also know that you told me that. I would suggest using your vote to vote for the thing that you want the most. If there's one thing that stands out in particular. That's my best suggestion. Hello, Elund. Good evening to you, ma'am. Have you come to pay respects to this man? Never before have I seen such a queer device. You say it measures the passing of time? Mayhap they are more common in Garlemald. I am given to understand that its cities are filled with all manner of amazing technologies. Marquis said it belonged to the deceased? Oh dear, you don't suppose that the owner might have been a Garlean spy? It may behoove us to notify the authorities in Camp Drybone. But mayhap more importantly, how did Marquis manage to repair this device? I knew he had a talent for the trades, but this goes far beyond mending fences and thatching roofs. Did my stream just cut out for a moment there? Well, we can keep this for later. I recognize you now, Kaitsu. Allow me to express my deepest condolences for those who lost their lives in the attack. I apologize if discussing this upsets you, but you should know that the bodies of your comrades are presently being removed from the Waking Sands and prepared for transport here. If you wish to leave this work to others, I understand. However, taking part might help you to find closure. That's an interesting way to return to the Waking Sands. Okay. Good luck, Makoto. Oh, yeah, Ralo, are you talking about the poll? Or what the old lady said? Pokchik says, I see that they put those chests in AR. They weren't there before when I did AR a few months ago. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's actually, like, they used to be, like, I believe that was a thing that they started in Shadowbringers, with, like, giving you a coffer with an item instead of just giving you an item choice. Look! Look! A fellow pink enjoyer. Cherry pink enjoyer, even.
Hi, you don't look like one of them church fellas. Not that I'll turn you away, no sir. As you can see, we've got a pile of unidentified bodies over yonder. No one's come to claim him, so off to the lich yard they go. Be thankful you didn't have to go inside and see the carnage for yourself. Well, I mean, it was the stuff of nightmares, I tell you. God's damned Imperials. I don't know what quarrel they had with these folks, and I sure as hell don't want to know. The sooner we put this behind us, the better. Say, ain't I seen you around here before? Or do you just have one of those faces? Oh, never mind. Any road, there's a carriage come to haul the bodies to the lich yard, out by the east gate. There's only 8 left to load up, but seeing as I'm exhausted from carrying all the others, I have a mind to leave the remainder to you. Might want to cover your nose while you work. Some of these folks are starting to turn.
Yeah, it's a very nice top. If you need to know where to find the top, it comes from the drowned city of Scala, in Stormblood. Pray return to the waking sands for the massacre. Now you don't need to say that, Pokejack. Wait a minute. Look at this. I'm just shoving them in my back pocket. It's that easy, guys. How you're able to fit this stiff scion of the 7th Dawn corpse into your bag is a mystery best left unsolved. There's 4 of them. I think I've misclicked Elusive Jump 3 times now. But the thing is that I know that I'm going to put it there later, so it's better to get used to it. What happened to the big fella? Oh, forget it. Just bring the next batch and toss him in the back. Ain't like they'll complain if you're rough. Well, ain't you a strong one? 4 in 1 trip. Reckon there's no need for me to lend you a hand with the rest then. Do it again? No, Raxi is more accurate for the bag. That's true. And we would hardly be able to carry them either. Noraxia has been out for so little time and she's already been demoted to just fallen sylph. That's mean. The sylph's peaceful expression belies the fact she no longer lives. Oh. Come on, let's finish this before I die of old age. Don't have to be so insensitive. That should be all of them. Thanks for the help. Reckon it won't take too long to deliver all the corpses to the lich yard. Even so, you might want to hurry back and tell them that our work here is done. And back to Camp Drybone. And go back in the magic school bus. How do I tell the Sylph heir that the little girl died? I see that you decided to heed my advice. I pray that, in doing so, you found some small measure of peace. The first carriage from Vesper Bay arrived not long ago, and we have begun preparing your comrades for burial. I had a hand in the initial rites, and I would like you to know that, for many, death came quickly. Rest assured that we will treat them with the utmost respect and do everything we can to shepherd them to Thal's realm. Glasses. Although we can perform the rites for most of the scions, there's one whom we cannot accept. We would like you to return this one to her people, the Sylphs of Little Solace. It is only proper that she be given into the care of her friends and family, so that they may mourn her in accordance with Sylphic traditions. So, to Gridania? Well, I do think that that seems like a great place to round off, since we have to go to a major city pretty much. And it is getting late. Oh, right, how do we tell to the sylph with too much hair that the little girl died? I feel like we just missed out on something extraordinary. Did you guys see that? I think that was like 10 blue mages exploding all at once. But we got to level 50, and how many levels did we push the main quest? Level 35. I believe we started at level 26, so we actually got 9 levels further. I think that's the biggest amount of levels we've progressed the main quest in one part. Exactly, they all like if we had come in like 5 seconds earlier, we would have seen the start of that explosion. That would have been way cooler. All right, so I do think that that picture that I very anticlimactically took in the middle of the sad moment is very fitting, possibly for the next part, given what we're bound to do on the next part, but I might find something else instead. In the meantime, we're also gonna need a few pictures for other stuff. And additionally, we somehow still have a fourth of our inventory space, but despite never cleaning out at all. Which is impressive. We also almost got to level 51. Now let's see what emotes we have to work with. I actually think it would be better if we do it like this. And I have the Chocobo saddlebag, that's true, that's entirely empty. We could... I mean, we could, like, put a lot of dye in here. Like, we could do that. That actually clears up a lot of space. That's pretty nice. And we could like put I mean, we could put these materia in here. Not like we're gonna use them anytime soon. That already looks even better. That's better. Oh boy, that's a strong light. I don't think that's gonna work. It's gonna give the glare back any way I do it.
We can use that for something. Welcome to the Smol Caetsu photo shoot. Then that's a good idea, Pokeshang. The reason why I take a bunch of pictures here at the end of the stream is because out of making sure that I'm not, playing Smol Caetsu off stream, I don't log in outside of the stream to take these kinds of pictures. So I kind of sort of have to take them here to make that right, and to make sure that I don't lose the opportunity to get something that I would like to have as a picture. I have to take a few more than what I would need to make sure that if the picture that I did take didn't quite work, then I have backups. That doesn't work. Speaking of which. And I don't know if I've done that before. We can do this one. I think that's just fine. Now, that just leaves... I don't think we've got any ventures, so we still can't send Miss Cece on anything. But that's also inventory space that we haven't used. Now, is there anything you guys would like to talk about before we round out end the stream? Use this one now to make them come, and you put a post that says, "Come to our vacation destination, the Pink Cult." The old bait and switch. Oh, that's all right, Pokeshack. It's very normal that if that you might get questions or things you want to talk about throughout the stream or throughout a day, But when someone asks you in the moment, so do you have any questions? That's when your brain goes blank, because suddenly you're put on the spot. So that's all right, but I just feel like if someone is burning with a question and I'm about to end the stream, I would like to give an opportunity to ask it or say it if there's anything at all that you want to talk about. Then I want to give that opportunity. And in case anyone is wondering, I have not forgotten to post a new schedule. The thing is that, incidentally, I need a thumbnail for this stream next week to be able to post the schedule, because as you saw last week, my schedule features the picture of said thumbnail. So I can't do it before tomorrow. So that means
Unfortunately, we're not. There's nothing planned tomorrow, but that also means that you're not missing out on being notified if there was something tomorrow. But I will post a schedule for the next week tomorrow at some time, and we are going to be having a stream on Tuesday and Thursday and Saturday next week, which I'll be detailing in that post. And we're going to have Smol Kai Adventures on Saturday as we normally do, because I don't have family stuff on that Saturday. And thank you, Ralu. I hope that is crazy in the good way. Can you show me all the emotes of Lala that you have right now? Yes, I can. Let's see, we have bow and welcome. It's gonna take a little bit. Take a few minutes. We have goodbye. We have wave, which is just a different kind of waving. And we have kneel. And salute. And the serpent salute. The bonk your head into your arms move. And we have chuckle. Laugh. I believe some people have nightmares around that laugh, more because it gets spammed too much, not because it isn't adorable, because it is. Then we have joy and happy. And rally. And the arm flap soothe. And blush. And comfort. And psych. And pray. Wait. Well, that is adorable, isn't it? That is probably the best pray emote of them all. And then we have the wiggles. And then we have the pray. Oh yeah, that could actually be a good idea. I'll get back to that one. There's a thumbs up and clap. And taller clap. And cheer. Oh, that's the sound of Limsa Lominsa, isn't it? No wait. This is the sound of Limsa Lominsa, isn't it? I'll stop. And then we have the hug. And the pet. And then we have the what's it called? Referral emote fist bump. That for some reason this character also has. And then we get to the negative emotes like no, deny. That's excellent too. That's pretty good too, actually. And panic is like, that's like the legendary Totaro emote. We're around halfway there. This is the war cry of a very angry frog. That is actually a really good like thumbnail emote, this one. The face is just a little too frightened, maybe.
Oh, that's also the sound of Limsa Lominsa. That is like cartoon levels silly. And then we have the pose that we did see earlier, which is adorable. And the flex, which is the mild Manderville, because we don't have the full Manderville yet. And the beckon, the hand over, and the think. And then there was the examine self we saw before. And we also have doze. I'll make sure I stand a fair bit away from the bed, because I do believe that does have an effect with the bed. I love that emote. Point, poke. We used that one for a recent community post, I believe. And we have lookout. And air quotes. And me, which we see in main quest so much. And converse, which we see Tataru do all the time. And that's it. That's it really. Let's get that pray emote. We can probably use that one for something. I think the grovel one I'll keep for later. That one was legendarily funny. We'll probably go over them again next time as well. Now then. Are there any other questions? Anything else? Then I think it's a great time to call it. We got to see the adorable emote list of Alalafell. That is a great place to end, I do feel. Either way, thank you all so much for... You make an edit of a table and it looks like a news presenter, and you could put her as a presenter of the schedules. Yeah, that's true. I can see what I can make with it. I have a few ideas. Thank you all so much for watching. It's always so awesome that you guys show up. I just wish that I could match my streaming time so that as many of you could enjoy as much effort as possible. That's the worst part when I see people come in late, because I wish that I could have streamed for hours more just for you guys too. And I really mean that. That's why I try to stream as long as I can get away with. So thank you Ralu and Pokeshack and Snow Dragon and Makoto. It's really awesome to see you guys. Andromeda was also here earlier. And Lowell. So thank you guys for watching and participating in the stream. The next one will be on Tuesday. We'll start a little later like I do normally on work days. Pokeshack says, in the end, I can't think of anything else to talk about. You played Red Mage on Frontline and it went wrong. Aw. You'll get better. It's just a matter of practice. But Red Mage is really hard in Frontline. I know that much. Good night, everyone. Or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. Thank you so much. And then we say goodbye for Caetsu Chaiji, who's going to bed. Good night.